Sabrina Chevannes. Are you ready to look at some Grandmaster action right here?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing the current Women's World Champion in action. Although she's only going to be Women's World Champion for a few more days, right?
Yes, because the World Championship is going on right now, but we're in Hawaii right now. And the games are already in full swing. Yifan is playing against International Master Shinya Kojima. You can see it right here on the board. And we had quite an interesting opening. Let's just go through it really quick and then we'll see the action on the board. Interesting choice here by Yifan, plays d3 in the second move. Then we see natural moves by both sides, but here, very interesting, the move d4. And she moves the d pawn twice in the opening, but she is posing some problems for black, and we'll just zip through the moves real quick. And we see black is having an isolated pawn on d4, and now we got to the game. This is the game position right now. You can see white is putting up some pressure against the pawn on d4, but on the other hand, black has developed all his pieces more or less. The rooks are about to come in the center, and it looks like in some cases maybe white is able to win the pawn on d4, but on the other hand, black might have good compensation for the pawn then.
So we're not sure if the Japanese International Master has been preparing this, because I think that 2d3 definitely shocked him, and he wasn't expecting that from Yifan.
Yes. I mean, you wouldn't expect that kind of opening choice, 2d3, but it's maybe a little secret weapon move first. Who knows? Let us go to the other board. There are 4 total players in this Grandmaster challenge, and here we see the other 2 Grandmasters face each other. It's Sam Shankland against Timur Gareev, 2 of the US strongest Grandmasters. So we will also go through the first moves and just see what happened here. Sam Shankland with the white piece started with e4, and we see a Sicilian, and in a moment we'll see which Sicilian. It's a classical variation, and now after bishop g5 it's called the Richter-Rause variation. And queen d2, this is all mainline theory. Knight takes d4, queen takes d4, and bishop e7.
It's not working.
To change the credentials to that. This is the FTP.
You cannot see the games?
No, it's not coming up.
Is the audio and video coming up?
Nothing's coming up.
Okay, fine. So we can talk. I was like, what? Okay.
But my colleague said you can see it.
He said, okay, now I see it.
No, this is it.
Okay, we'll just take a quick break, having some technical issues right now. All right, we're back. Sorry for the short interruption, and let's take off where we left off with the game Sam Shankland against Timur Gareev.
So this is a very, very high level match. I mean, the other one, there is quite a big of a rating difference between Yifan and the Japanese International Master. But these two are roughly the same rating, aren't they?
Exactly. I mean, this is a tough matchup.
Potentially 2 of the US Olympiad men's team here as well. So
yes, they might actually compete later on for a spot in the Olympiad team. Actually, the US Championship is going to be happening
in a week's time or something, right? So
Right, very
these two
quickly
will
after.
be definitely competing again in just under a week, perhaps, for the championship.
Okay, so let us take a look at the position. I just want to see the last couple of moves. We're following a theoretical line here. Castle, castle, f4, queen a5. This is all very well known. Bishop c4, and now e5. Actually, the other main move, if I remember correctly, and I think I do, is bishop d7, and then white can play e5, and there's a lot going on here. Bishop c6, bishop d2, it's all very well known, analyzed, and for some reason Timur didn't want to go to that for that, and he played e5, which is also very reasonable. Take, take, queen d3, now bishop e6, bishop takes f6, bishop takes f6. White has eliminated the defender of the d5 square, and it seems he's ready to bring a knight to d5 possibly.
How much of this do you think they've already prepared before the game? Because these two have known they're playing each other from a long, long time back. So
Right.
and they must have played each other a fair few times before. And like we said, they're looking to play against each other in the US Chess Championships in about a week's time. So they must have done a fair bit of preparation already.
Yeah, actually I was talking to Sam Shankland yesterday, and he said he's going to do some preparation yesterday evening because he didn't do anything yet. But it is also true that probably they don't want to give any preparation, any secrets away, because it's just a rapid event. Still, it has some significance, and there's also a good amount of money involved. But the US Championship, he probably doesn't want to give any secret opening weapons away right here. So based on the time they both spent so far, it seems that they're probably
isn't-
out of
yeah.
their preparation at this point. So Sam Shankland is thinking right now, and I would expect a move like knight d5. I mean, this is just coming to mind at least. So now the question is if black can allow the knight on d5, or you just take it out.
Yeah, or
Take
maybe
it off.
he's going to throw in the check on G5.
He could throw in a
If
check.
he wants to preserve the bishop pair.
And now the question is, how unpleasant is this knight really on d5?
Yeah.
Maybe black can work around it. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe there are also ideas for white to go with h4. Let's say black plays a move like rook ac8. No, I'm not thinking about it. Really provokes h4 because the bishop has to keep an eye on e7. So cannot retreat to h6 at the moment because of knight e7 check with a fork. So
They could perhaps take on d5 after h4.
yes. In the worst case, after h4, you could still take on d5. But I kind of like this position for white because white is having the better bishop here. You can see bishop is perfectly placed on d5. I mean, there's no better square for the bishop. Blocking the d file, having an eye on f7.
It is, but also I think that maybe black has some sort of white has a more open king, so the lines against the king might be of use to black.
Yeah, that's the question. But still, you
bishop's
don't
not sure,
find
right?
you don't find really work for this
Yeah.
bishop. Let's say you go to e7. Probably there's a better way to do it anyway. If you take the knight right away at this point.
Yeah, why give white the extra
Exactly.
h4 move?
So here also I'd expect bishop takes d5. And now the question is what is black going to do next?
Sam's gone into a very long think. I mean, this is only a 20-minute game, is that correct?
Right.
And he's used about 4 minutes on this move alone, which is quite
Right.
surprising.
Yeah. So here probably black is going to play the rooks into the center in some way or the other. I don't think black has to worry about this pawn too much on b7 because it would open up the b file against the white king. So maybe simply a move like rook ac8 and place the rook on c7, maybe double on the c file, something along these lines I could imagine at this point. White could play a move like king b1. Always good to place the king
Definitely.
on b1 in the Sicilian, that's for sure. And then let's say black follows up with his plan. Rook seems to be quite well placed on c7, protecting f7, which is a crucial point in the position. And possibly having some ideas to put pressure on the c file. However, white is able to cope with this pressure. So here the question is, what is white going to do? I would expect him to somehow push the pawns on the king side. Something along these lines, g4.
So as it stands now, who would you favour this position for?
Oh, definitely white.
Definitely white.
Definitely white, yeah.
Especially Timur also had about a 5-hour game last night as well, didn't he? He didn't finish till...
Oh, yeah.
He was very, very late. So he's also playing in the FIDE Open as well as the Grandmaster Challenge. So he is definitely overextending himself for this tournament. So he might be...
Yeah, he is in fact the only player of the 4 who is playing the Open as well. He seems to be very confident in his energy levels.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we'll see if this will affect him in any way. But this position seems to be much easier to play for white than for black. Because it's easy, you know, you place the rook on f1 maybe, put pressure on the f7 pawn, push the pawns forward. And it seems that, in general, white is quicker with his attack than black.
It definitely feels that black doesn't really have as much play in the position, and the bishop on f6 isn't exactly ideally placed to attack the white king.
Right. So let's go back to the other game, Yifan against Shinya Kojima. This is the position on the board. Black player has just played rook f to d8. And it's always an interesting question in these kinds of positions. You have kind of 3 open files, more or less open files. So where do you put your rooks? That's always, for a lot of players in these kind of positions, that's a problem to solve. And Kojima decided to place his rook on d8.
And I presume the other one to c8.
Right.
I was told once by quite a strong grandmaster that when you're deciding which rook to put on a file, often you pick the wrong one. So when you're making the decision, pick a rook and then move the other one. And I know that often happens with me a lot.
Okay.
I decide which one to put. Like for example, in this case, do you put your rooks on e8 and d8, or e8 c8,
right.
c8 d8? Which combination do you put it on? And
it's difficult.
Yeah,
it's difficult.
A few moves down the line, you might regret your decision.
Yeah,
so,
I mean, I've seen games where a player played a rook and then later, shortly after, played it back.
Exactly.
So, well, obviously, also depends what your opponent is doing. But here it seems to be quite natural to place the rook on d8, the other one on c8, because possibly the pawn on c2 is a target. You can already see the bishop is aiming at the pawn, and maybe there are these at some point to play knight b4, something along these lines. So I actually think black's doing fairly well. However, what about, we mentioned it earlier, if the rook goes to d8, what happens if white plays bishop g5? I mean, this has to be a critical try, because this is pinning the knight, and obviously black cannot allow white to take on f6 and completely destroy the pawn structure in front of black's king. So
it does feel really awkward, that pin. I mean, I wouldn't like to face that myself.
Yeah, it seems more or less black has to play bishop e7, which is probably his idea.
Yeah, I mean, it's not what you want to do. You don't really want to be retreating, but maybe he feels a lot more secure with the d4 pawn as well by putting the bishop on e7.
I could imagine it's his idea, but let me just, you know, I'm always greedy, so let me just try to grab this pawn right now. Can I do that?
I think c2 might drop at the end of it, though. Or maybe.
So you want to take?
Maybe.
You want to take maybe? Okay. Let's take maybe. Not call me maybe, take me maybe. So my next move is going to be c3, just to stabilize everything in the center and, you know, just keep my extra pawn. So, what can black do at this point?
It's not so clear.
I mean, if he moves the bishop back to g6, that would be a natural move. Then I play c3.
Yeah, and then it feels a little bit more secure for white now.
Yeah. Okay, I think we'll take a quick break. We'll be right back and continue with the live commentary. Thanks for watching so far. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back, everybody. We're continuing with our coverage of the Hawaii Grandmaster Challenge, and quite a few moves have happened. So let's just go through them real quick. Rook fd8, bishop g5, as we expected, was played, and indeed Kojima ignored the threat of bishop takes f6, which is quite surprising to me at least, but maybe he didn't like bishop e7 either. But this is really weakening his pawn structure here, and it's really awful.
So maybe he's thinking that by grabbing the bishop pair, he has compensation for his weak pawn structure, and perhaps popping that bishop on g6.
Yeah, but it is pretty evident to me, at least, that
it feels very uncomfortable.
Yes, it feels very uncomfortable, and he's not having much compensation here.
No.
We gotta be honest, he's having just a completely catastrophic pawn structure. I don't know how to describe it otherwise. And his king also feels unsafe. Right now the bishop is still covering the king a little bit, but I mean, this is really a nice position for Yifan right here. Just play king h8, now a3. Yifan takes control of the b4 square, now a5. This is the position on the board. Time is 11 minutes for Yifan, and what should I say, Yifan Hu? Probably right? I will never get it right, most likely, against Shinya Kojima. And
we were discussing about where to place the rooks, weren't we, for black in this position?
Right.
And he obviously intended to put them on c8 and d8, and already now that plan has failed, and that rook on b8 is looking somewhat
looking
sad.
Awful. The rook would like to be
like
on
I said,
e8 right now.
You used the wrong one, right? So
or pretty much anywhere else.
Yeah, I think he's somewhat regretting having that rook on b8 as opposed to d8.
By the way, you can also tweet us on hashtag Hawaii Chess 2015. send us some tweets. We'll get through them. We'll answer them. If there are any questions, we'll comment them. So let the tweets roll. All right, so Yifan just played King H1. What is her idea with this move? What do you think?
I guess maybe she is preparing to take the pawn on d4, and so it automatically cuts out any bishop h2 nonsense.
Yeah, probably just
prophylaxis.
To prophylax against bishop h2. Maybe knight takes d4.
At least it creates the threat that she's always can take the pawn on d4 now because of there's no bishop h2, and with the time deficit that he has, with only 6 minutes left on his clock, I mean, he has to consistently think about it.
And I'm just getting the information that the best question or comment, so the best tweet, which consists of a question or comment, we are getting, receives a free copy of the Informant 123, which is an Hawaiian version. So this is a little incentive for you guys to use your creativity and send us some nice tweets in.
So Informant are very generously sponsoring this tournament, and so that copy of the 123 of the Informant is a special Hawaii Chess Festival copy with the cover of a Hawaii, so it's a very special copy. So do send us your comments and tweets, and we'll judge which one is most interesting.
Let's go to the other game right now. I think here White is doing very well, clearly better, both on a time and on a position. So let's go to the game. Sam Shankland against Timur Gareev, and this looks like
lots has happened since we last tuned in, so let's go back.
It looks like Sam is up a healthy pawn. So we left right here, and as we expected, knight d5 was played.
He did play bishop g5.
Bishop g5. He left the knight on d5. He said it's not bothering him too much, or maybe he didn't like the alternative either.
So we did actually predict this position almost, but he used the other rook.
He used the other rook.
It's always about the decision of the rook.
Yeah, which makes sense because he was thinking about advancing the pawns here at some point. But still, the knight is kind of unpleasant, taking away a lot of squares, and it's just annoying black, more or less. And here, interesting move, queen g3, attacking the bishop and the pawn, and it seems that
no way to defend.
Both.
No sensible way to defend.
Sensible way,
anyway.
yes.
I mean, a move like f6 is pretty horrible in so many different ways. With knight takes f6 immediately being, or
it's just a move you don't want to play.
Yeah. It's not
so
pleasant.
h6, but here it seems to me that what is just up a pawn for pretty much no compensation. Queen d4 was played, having an eye on a4, so the bishop is not being trapped. Of course, White wouldn't object to the queen exchange here, because he's up a pawn, so he would like to take off the queens. And
seems that Gareev is also very unhealthy 4 minutes down on the clock as well, so this position must be troubling him to find compensation for this pawn. I mean, he played bishop g5 to preserve the bishop pair, and probably doesn't look like he's getting enough for it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Well, he probably should keep the queens on the board in some way or the other to at least have the hope to create some kind of attack against the white king.
But where does he put the queen?
Where does he put the queen? That's a very good question you're asking there.
Doesn't look like a nice square for that queen.
Also, knight b6 might be a problem.
Yeah.
Let's keep this in mind. So maybe queen c6. I don't really want to place my queen here because I'm also like in all these kinds of forks. But for now, possibly might be working the ideas of the knight b6. I was hoping I could take on b3.
But maybe even c takes. Just
maybe c
there
takes.
is nothing there after
There's
queen c2.
There's nothing there. Queen c2. However, there might be rook d8, and let's just go back to that for a moment. The game continued, but let's just go back. Queen d4, we say queen c6, knight b6, bishop takes, c takes, queen c2, and this seems to be still working for black. Okay, but Timur played a different move. He played rook a6. So he's saying, all right, you can exchange queens, at least on my terms. So I'll let you exchange on c5. And he's bringing in the rook to a6. So also coping with this threat of knight b6 possibly. So now Sam could take on c5. He could exchange queens. Rook takes. And what is he going to do next? I always want to play h4. I always want to play this move because the bishop is kind of dominated by the knight. And
it's gotta go back to d8. Well,
and if the bishop goes back to d8, maybe I have ideas like
sort of
knight b4. Possibly, right? Possibly this is an idea. I don't know if it's good at this point, but it might be. So now the rook is attacked on a6 and the bishop is attacked on d8. So black takes, maybe rook takes, d8, king h7, and now rook d4. I'm not quite sure here, to be honest. Okay, I'm threatening to take this pawn, but black could take on b3. White cannot take back with the pawn because of rook a5, and there's a problem. So white would need to take back with the c-pawn, and rook endgames, they're always a little bit tricky. I'm not quite sure if knight b4 is the best option, but this is just one possible line. This is the current position on the board.
I think after the queen trade as well, I think white needs to be a little bit careful that a4 suddenly is a threat as well, which is it's not sure.
Yes, a4 is a threat.
I'm not sure how he deals with that. I mean, okay, he probably has to play a3,
could play
or
a3
even
or
a4
a4
itself, but
I would probably rather like a4. Well, I would rather not like to play any of these moves, a3 or a4.
But then is a b5 maybe an idea, with the idea that
yes, b5 could be potentially an idea at some point. Right now, it wouldn't be quite working because of knight c7 or bishop c4, but in the future that might be an idea.
So we have a question on Twitter.
All right,
which I'm going to ask. So we have a question saying, is this the first time a chess world champion has ever played in a rated tournament in Hawaii?
I'll let this question pass to you.
Oh, thank you very much. I believe that it is the first time. Obviously, I'm going to check this out and make sure. But I believe it is. I know that the current world champions have not played in a rated tournament in Hawaii before. And Hawaii have not seen that many rated tournaments, which is what this tournament is hoping to change. So they haven't had many FIDE rated tournaments. And so you'll see quite a lot of strong players in Hawaii who have got much higher FIDE, USCF ratings, but not necessarily FIDE ratings. But this tournament is hoping to change that. And they're bringing in the likes of, well, Yifan is obviously here, and I know that
a lot of Grandmasters are
Grandmaster Gareev has been here before, and Grandmaster Ramirez has also been here before. So
he likes it here.
Who
doesn't?
He loves it here, I have to say. But these Grandmasters have been here before, but not a world champion. So this is the first time, and I think that Hawaii are absolutely loving the fact that Yifan is here. It's a great honor to have her here, and she's also been enjoying herself.
Definitely.
I was speaking to her about it, and she's definitely having a great time. Went whale watching, didn't we? Just yesterday, I think it was. So she's definitely having a good time. So thank you for that question.
Speaking of Yifan, let's go back to her game.
Definitely.
I would suggest see what's going on here. It looks like it is heating up a little bit. So let's take a count. What's going on?
When we left, it felt so uncomfortable for black. I mean, with the time deficit, but it seems that suddenly
it looks a little bit better now.
Has caught up on the clock as well, so it's a little bit interesting. He's got some play. He's got some activity. Okay,
so let's see. Knight d2 is obviously the threat right now, forking queen, and rook.
But knight d6 also might be a little bit annoying as well.
Also a threat, and this knight feels awkward on c1.
So what happened? Can we take a look at the moves to see how we got from that to that position?
Really quick. Let's go through the last couple of moves. Knight c1 was played, queen f4. The queen comes over to also maybe protect the black king. g3, queen g5.
So these moves feel somewhat defensive.
And obviously, white doesn't want to take on g6 because it would repair the black pawn structure, probably even take back with the h pawn. Play the bishop to g7, f5. Let's make this in green. And suddenly the black king is totally safe again. The pawn structure is much healthier. And we see actually that after knight e5, queen e4, knight c4, Yifan didn't see a better option than to take on g6 here. So this is definitely an accomplishment for black. And what if black still plays knight d2 now? Is that possible?
Maybe a nice little intermezzo there. Yeah. So, but okay, maybe if Yifan plays something quite calm, and just drops the queen back, do they have time to?
Queen d3, you mean?
Yeah.
Well, then knight takes f1. So this is
we're going
probably
straight for the most complicated lines.
Yes, but this has to be calculated because if this works for black, then he will be up in exchange. But I think what Yifan calculate possibly is bishop f5 here, and
now the knight has no squares.
Yeah, but still, this is interesting. Okay, game continued in a different fashion. We'll just take a quick look at this again because it's quite interesting here. Knight takes f1, bishop f5. If so now the knight goes back to d2, then f4 is the idea. And after queen retreats, so g7 and queen takes d2, this still continues. But the game also continues, so let's go back to where it's at, where the action is at. This is the position.
So he chose to take with the h-pawn,
yes,
and go for the more solid structure, as opposed to try and what looks like repair his double pawns with f takes. But
yeah, and this also looks alright to me. I mean, definitely way better than before. Queen h5, now attacking a pawn on h3. Probably white will play a move like king g2. And still this knight needs one more move to come back into the game. I'm thinking about if f5 is an option. I just don't want to cut my queen off here on h5. That's the only thing.
Can black be greedy and take the pawn on b2?
Oh, take the pawn. I didn't even see that.
It's a free pawn. And then if he pops back to c4, then a3 is dropping as well.
That's very reasonable, actually. And doesn't look like we'll be punished. So, in fact, Yifan decided not to protect the h3 pawn, but instead to protect the b2 pawn. But now, I think...
Queen takes h3.
Yeah, just grab the pawn. In g1.
Yeah.
And...
she doesn't really... I mean, she's probably hoping to get some action on the h-file, but with the queen on...
No,
queen on h... I mean, the queen on h3 is stopping any sort of...
Maybe just queen e6 back right now. Because black would be happy to exchange queens, being a pawn up. And
but then what about queen h4 check and king
h4,
g2 and rook h1?
Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe they're okay. Yeah, you're right. This is an idea. Also, knight takes d4 is possible.
It's an interesting decision though, because most people wouldn't usually be comfortable giving up the h pawn right in front of the king with the queen coming down, and she's obviously an exceptionally strong player and assessed that the b pawn was worse to lose than the h pawn, which is a very interesting choice.
Yeah. So what else can black do at this point? The queen is actually quite well placed here.
That's what I thought. Maybe it stops the king coming to g2 and stops any activity on the h-file, so perhaps preserve the queen there? I mean, they're not worried about the queen trade with queen h4 check, are they?
No.
So they'd be happy. I mean, they're pawn up now.
Yes.
So how does this game proceed?
I don't know. I mean, it looks like it's going to heat up. Should we take a quick look back at what's happening in the other game? Quite a lot has happened. And
quickly rewind just to see how it got to this place. But
Timur's
only down to his last minute and a half, so we should
Yeah,
catch
so
up.
a3 was played, what you suggested. And yeah, moves are being played fast now, but it seems that white is completely winning. He's up 2 pawns. So this will be a more or less
Gareev's hoping that
technical
maybe
one here.
the opposite kind of bishops are going to play in his favour, but those pawns very fast and connected.
And what also plays a role here that the black rook cannot get into action because all the files are closed, either by the bishops or by the pawns, and this is a relatively easy win for white at this point.
And if we look, that bishop on f6 has still never really come into action. By the looks of it, it's that maybe that decision of playing bishop g5 has actually come back to haunt him. It hasn't really found an active square. It's been quite difficult for that bishop to get into the game.
Yeah, I think actually that the problems black had in this game already started early. Already can be found most likely in the opening. And
this is a great demonstration of how in that position the knight dominated the bishop, and that's rare. Usually we talk about the bishop dominating the knight and how much stronger it is, but that knight completely dominated the bishop and had no squares to go to.
Yeah, and it seemed to be that it was quite easy to play for white, and very clear game by Sam Shankland. I expect him to bring this home easily. He could even think about taking another pawn on f7, and honestly I don't see anything wrong with that.
All the others drop as well.
I don't see anything wrong with that. Why not take this one on f7
I guess
as well?
bishop b2. He's trying to get the bishop b2 in. I don't know if he can get his king. Can't even move his king though, can he?
No. But Sam doesn't care about his pawn on f7.
No.
These pawns are the important ones on c5 and b4, and he'll just push them forward, and there's really nothing black can do.
It's interesting because the king on e5 looks like it's a strong piece there, centralized and putting pressure, but it actually is completely neutralized. It can't move at all, so it's not really helpful to the position.
Yeah, if you're 2 pawns down, even a well-placed king doesn't help you.
With 4 minutes down on the clock as well, it's and the a pawns are going to drop now as well.
So yeah,
probably time to resign that one quite soon.
Yes, so let's go back to the more exciting game. Yifan against Shinya Kojima.
Which is surprising because this one seems now closer than the other one, which you wouldn't have thought with the rating difference, and Shinya is actually black in this game against the women's world champion, and such a horrible position out of the opening, more
or less. But this is what happens in rapid games, obviously. Everything can happen, and suddenly from a worse position, clearly worse position, I think he's better. He's up a pawn.
He's pawn up, you know.
And
the bishop on h6 actually looking like a decent piece now.
Yeah.
Perhaps even rook h8, and even he's got play on the h file.
Indeed. What about that? Rook h8.
What is happening there? And then something like bishop e3 or something happening.
Like, you know, crazy, huh?
It's
so
not
here
so
idea
clear.
Is to threaten checkmate on h1. Maybe white can play a move like on knight h4. No, knight h4, bishop g5 doesn't look convincing. What if white is just cold-blooded, just takes on d4 and says, so what?
I suppose because then h1 is no longer a threat, and
I mean, we could
h2
still
is just a check.
Could still think about something like that. I mean, why not? We can do anything here in the commentator room. Bishop e3, what's going on? So
okay, so say if we get greedy and take it.
Well, yeah, that's always the first thing you have to check. What happens if you take? How do you want to take? With the pawn?
Yeah.
With the pawn, because if you take with the rook, then you take with the knight, and you cannot take with the queen because of mate. If you take with the pawn, then doesn't look good. So f takes e3. All right.
So we're taking on g3, or are we playing queen h2 check?
Probably. Look at that.
Oh, he played it first.
He played it first.
Wow.
He's going all in.
So if they just take it, he's going rook h8, and he's...
Or he takes on g3.
Or he takes on g3 first.
Takes on g3,
king
then
f1. e3's dropping with check as well.
Dropping with check. Oh, okay, so Yifan said that's too dangerous with like 1 minute on the clock. So what she did, she offered the queen exchange. Definitely a very good practical decision. having only 1 minute left on the clock, so queens come off.
These moves are coming in thick and fast now.
Yes, that means that black
Is a pawn up in the ending.
is pawn up in the
with a
endgame.
bishop.
But again, both Yifan 1.5 minutes on the clock, Kojima half a minute.
Is it
so
5 seconds increment?
10 seconds
10
increment.
seconds increments.
Anything
quite
can
a lot.
happen here, that's for sure.
But she's hoping that her superior endgame technique is going to come into play here. Hoping the d4 pawn may become weak and the double pawns don't produce it into anything. But
I think she just hopes that, with the time running low,
very low,
that she can do something. So knight f3. The rook is also aiming to drop in, to e7, but we're getting some more moves here. Obviously, moves are being played very fast now, so what's happened now? I think black consolidated, put the rook on d7, good square for the rook, covering the the 7th rank, and protecting the pawn on d4. So now bishop on f6, and it looks
solid.
like very solid,
Yeah.
very solid, just clear advantage for black. There's no question about it. Just a pawn up, everything protected for now, but still you have to win winning positions, and this is where it becomes difficult usually.
If Shinya offered Yifan a draw right now, what do you think she'd say?
I honestly don't know. Maybe she would take it.
Do you think?
Maybe, yeah.
I mean, knight c5's coming in now, maybe, but
But really, in these kind of time scramble situations, honestly, anything can happen. So
it's tricky. I mean, she's obviously the superior player. She's got somewhat a time advantage, a little bit of a time advantage.
little bit, yeah.
But okay, her position's not looking too convincing. And
No.
can she put a knight into e5 maybe, and
Yeah, she
c5
can think about it, but
and
maybe that doesn't do anything. Like just plays the rook. Rook a1.
Wow.
She played quite passively. Interesting.
And now rook c4's coming as well, and well, maybe b3, but
I think black
Doesn't
would
feel-
like to provoke b3 to have to square
Yeah.
c3 for the knight as well as the rook. So I think that's why she didn't play b3 at this point, to not give up this
But
square.
if you look at her last few moves now, she's played rook a1, knight e1.
Oh yeah,
they're all
she's
completely
defending.
defensive
She's
moves.
defending. Yeah, that's for sure. I think she would be happy with a draw here.
I mean,
so
that's
how
a
can-
great achievement for this guy. I mean, he
Okay, let's.
if he's going to get a result in the first game against
Right.
Yifan.
But let's not get ahead. We've seen so many games where the better player or somebody was clearly better and then messed up because of time trouble. Rook a3. So there was another idea to keep the pawn on b2 to play the rook to b3. And we're actually having a player coming in.
Looking pretty pleased with himself. It's Grandmaster Sam Shankland.
Yeah, please grab a chair and you
Yeah,
can join
come
us.
join us so you can evaluate the last game, what's going on. Have you been paying attention to...
Can you
Their
also?
game, not in the slightest. I was pretty focused on my own.
Yeah, that's a reasonable choice. Welcome, Sam Shankland. Let's see if we can get you in the picture, or let me switch to this view. How about that?
Okay.
Well, it also doesn't really help. So we'll just do this, and Sam, you're almost in. Just let us move a little bit more.
We can shuffle.
Okay, there we go.
There we
We're
go.
tied together. So this is
surprising position we have in this game.
but not anymore. It looks like Yifan
What's
is
happened?
back.
I think white almost completely winning. I mean, what?
What happened there?
Yeah, this was a position a couple of moves ago with black being up a pawn, but now Yifan has won the pawn on a5, and now it's a completely different story
So
again. And
it's equal pawns and black just strategically busted. It looks like.
yes, white is having an advanced pawn on the queen side, and now white is in control. The knight is perfectly placed on d3, and now it seems like Yifan is going to win this.
Black pretty much in Zitswang, right?
And this is what we were talking about the superior player coming in with the endgame technique and outplaying someone with a time disadvantage as well. So it went from being almost completely winning for black to almost completely lost for black there.
Yeah, that's right. but still, I mean, still it's going on, and still anything can happen. I mean, with 1 minute on the clock each, it's really sometimes it's just a game of luck.
I'll give Yifan 10-1 to win this game.
10-1, wow.
High odds, but most likely you're right.
I think, yeah. The way we've seen the game go so far, especially in the last few moves, it went from Yifan playing moves like Rook A1 and Knight E1, completely on the defensive, to now suddenly being a pawn up and superior position in every way.
And I mean, this is what distinguishes...
She's not a pawn up, but the rest is true.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, she run the pawn back.
She got the pawn back.
She got the pawn. She was a pawn down. So
here is G4 an idea to stop G4, or should White not exchange double pawns? White should just push. Just push A5 B5. That's exactly what she's doing. And if G4, the king can just
G2. And
she's got a nice square for the
drop
knight
back
to
to
F4.
G2, and everything's protected. You see the rook is on C4, knight on D3. Everything is working together, and Kojima is having a hard time, most likely here. Should we take a quick look at your game, or do you want to finish this up first? Let's take a look at your game. What happened here? So we saw Richter Rouser. Did you expect this opening?
Nah. Well, Timur, he's always kind of random. You never know what's going to happen. So he's put a lot of different stuff. The last time we played, he played some dragon. And on the third move, on like the sixth move, put H5 or something. Nice. So
Did you prepare against him, or did you feel that it was a bit futile with his erratic openings?
I didn't prepare much. It's blitz and rapid, so I don't think openings matter so much. You just want to be on good form. So I think I played reasonably well so far.
So bishop C4 here. The main move is bishop D7.
Yeah,
you played E5. Did you also know this kind of variation?
I was aware of this idea, but I didn't really know exactly. I thought maybe, I mean, for example, I had seen this kind of position many times, but during the game it occurred to me I have no idea what to do if he captures E5 with the queen. So which I'm not sure if it's any good, but
looks interesting.
It occurred to me I just never checked anything even remotely resembling this.
So you would retreat to D2, or?
I was thinking about that, maybe bishop E3, and I was even thinking just exchanging the queens and playing similar with taking on...
Oh, okay, just take on D5 and...
I was thinking about something like this, and even sticking a bishop on like take on F6, and I was thinking even bishop D5 and just ask him to develop the queen side, and...
Very similar to
I wasn't sure. I mean, I've got these outposts, but he has a bishop pair and no real weaknesses.
Maybe slightly
I don't know. But
more pleasant for white.
He took with the pawn, which is, I think, the normal move. And now.
Right. And here, it seems it's just pleasant for
I thought
white.
so. I was very surprised by bishop G5 check.
You expect bishop takes D5?
No, I think then black's busted. But bishop D8 I thought was...
Bishop D8, alright.
I mean, I thought I'd have to play king B1 soon anyway, and this bishop on G5 just got hit by queen G3, so...
Right, the bishop doesn't do anything on G5.
Although perhaps black still doesn't have a great answer to queen G3 next.
Yeah, I mean, what is this bishop doing on D8 anyway?
Well, not so much, but let's say black played king H8 here. So after queen G3 he can play F6 with no tactics, and... Okay, probably white's better. I mean, I play bishop b3, then move my knight away and try to get a good knight versus bad bishop, but he's not like losing a pawn the way he did in the game.
Right.
I don't know if it's a better option.
So he just missed queen g3 at this point.
I don't know, but it seems strong.
Yeah.
Okay, I noticed bishop f4.
And
then take everything. And the point is bishop b3, cb, queen c2, and if queen g2, I have rook g1, and no matter where he goes, rook g7 comes. Yeah. Was what I calculated.
Rook g7 comes.
And just rook g1, and either queen d6 or queen f6 is made.
Look at that, yeah.
So
that's nice. Tactics on the open lines.
I calculated that line, but I think he probably still should have done this, and instead of taking on g2, just sort of played a move, maybe rook c7 or something. No, rook c7, rook c1, but somehow just play a move here and
something else.
I am up a pawn, but my structure is compromised.
Yeah, at least you have a double pawn.
I think white is better, but there's still a lot of work to do to win the game.
Right.
The way he played probably wasn't so bad. I just thought I was just shocked when he captured on d5.
You mean in this position?
Yeah.
You think that was the next critical
Well, I
moment?
think white's better, but he has a bishop pair and my e-pawn is isolated. In the long run, I mean, if Like, for example, if we were to do a little magic here and just stick that rook on c5 on e5, black probably completely fine.
Right, but it's not gonna happen probably.
Right, but still, it's not so easy for me to improve my position either. I mean, I was thinking I go c3, rook d4, or something with king c2, but it's still not so easy to do much. But after bishop d5, I believe black just completely lost.
Yeah, you just won another pawn here, and then...
Yeah, I mean, he can play b5, but I mean, just c3 and king c2, and then
it's very easy for you to play as well.
I mean, his
so what was he hoping for? To get some... Well, he must have missed something here.
I think he probably missed after rook b6, bishop d5, bishop f6, he doesn't take b2.
Oh, he thought c3 is going to happen. Or...
Well, then he would take it, so...
Yeah, exactly, so...
But after b3... I mean, I probably should have just done b4, but I
yeah, b4, b3... But now
I didn't want to allow bishop c3, so I just stuck with this. And once I played rook f1, he can no longer play bishop c3, and then just b4 and c4.
Yeah, just 2 pawns up, and he has no counterplay whatsoever. So quite a clear win.
Yeah, that's so. And it looks like Yifan won as well.
So who are you playing next? Do you know?
I have no idea.
Okay,
it's not Timur.
So we don't want to keep you from your break for too long. Thanks for joining us.
Oh, my pleasure. Keep the good work.
All right.
Thank you, Sam.
Okay, the next games are going to start shortly. We'll take a short break and be right back.
Move my knight away and try to get a good knight versus bad bishop, but he's not like losing a pawn the way he did in the game.
Right, right.
I don't know if it's a better option.
So he just missed queen g3 at this point.
I don't know, but it seems strong.
Yeah.
Okay, I noticed bishop bishop f4. And then take everything. And the point is bishop b3, cb, queen c2, and if queen g2, I have rook g1, and no matter where he goes, rook g7 comes.
Yeah.
Was what I calculated.
Rook g7 comes.
And just rook g1 and either queen d6 or queen f6 is made.
Look at that, yeah.
So
that's nice. Tactics on the open lines.
I calculated that line, but I think he probably still should have done this, and instead of taking on g2, just sort of played a move, maybe rook c7 or something. No, rook c7, rook c1, but
4. So now bishop on f6, and
This is
it
looking
looks
solid.
like very solid,
Yeah.
very solid. Just clear advantage for black. There's no question about it. Just a pawn up, everything protected for now, but still, you have to win winning positions, and this is where it becomes difficult usually.
If Shinya offered Yifan a draw right now, what do you think she'd say?
I honestly don't know. Maybe she would take it.
Do you think?
Maybe, yeah.
I mean, knight c5's coming in now, maybe, but
But really, in these kind of times. So now bishop on f6, and
This is
it
looking
looks like
solid.
very solid,
Yeah.
very solid. Just clear advantage for black. There's no question about it. Just a pawn up, everything protected for now, but still. So now bishop on f6, and
This is
it
looking
looks like
solid.
very solid,
Yeah.
very solid. Just clear advantage for black. There's no question about it. Just a pawn up, everything protected for now, but still. Very solid, very solid. Just clear advantage for black. There's no question about it. Just a pawn up, Welcome back, everybody, to the second round of the Hawaii Grandmaster Challenge. Second round Rapid Chess is live right now. And we have the pairings. Timur Gareev against Shinya Kojima. And Sam Shankland against Yifan. So let's start with this game.
So it's actually the winners versus the losers.
Pretty much. I didn't want to say it, but that's
Sorry.
right. And here we have the two players who have lost the first round. Timur Gareev lost against Sam Shankland and Shinya Kojima lost against Yifan. Let's go through the opening. d4, d5, c4, c6, knight c3, knight f6, knight f3, and now d takes c4.
So mainline Slav.
Yes. Now e3. I think a4 is the main move here,
By
if I'm
far
not
the
mistaken.
most popular, I'd say.
Alright, I'm not really that knowledgeable in this kind of opening, but...
It's definitely the most popular move by far. I think e3 actually often leads to quite exciting lines. e3, well, e4 even more so, but allowing black to hold on to the pawn does create some exciting opportunities. So I think that Gareev and his style, obviously, and he's playing again a weaker player, he's hoping that he can create some difficulties.
Yeah, so this is quite an interesting position.
So already you see that it's the Slav is supposed to be quite a solid, reliable opening, isn't it? And you know, very somewhat people might say boring structures, but obviously in a mainline Slav, and Timur's gone for the line with e3 and allowing black to keep the pawn, well, temporarily on c4. It creates much more excitement than the usual a4 lines when often white plays e3 later and then picks the pawn up on c4, and you get quite equal standard positions. But this
I pointed out this knight on f4 right now because it's quite an unusual spot. At least I haven't seen it in this way. With the knight on f4, but potentially there are ideas to sacrifice.
Yeah.
Just on e6 and f7, whatever you can, with the two knights. And this is really interesting. I honestly have not seen this kind of setup before with the knight on f4. So we'll
it looks
see.
very tricky though already for black in some ways. You know,
some ways,
playing Gareev as well with his erratic style. Anything could happen. And
I mean, let's just say black plays a normal development move. Let's say bishop d6.
There we
Look
go.
at that.
So as we said, there he goes exactly. I mean, I'd be that's what I'm thinking. It's a little bit tricky.
So knight b7, knight takes f7 was played.
Bishop d6 can't be right.
No, bishop d6 can't be right. So this is supposedly a position on the board.
Okay, bishop d6 is not right.
Bishop
Okay.
d6 is not played. Okay, so he just sacrificed.
This is what I mean. It's a rapid play game. This is Gareev's style. He's intimidating. As a player, I mean, just to clarify, he's intimidating. And I mean, as black, he's just played Yifan with black.
Right.
Had an uncomfortable position.
Oh yeah,
he did. He played either double.
Shinya,
yeah. So
double black.
He's a double black now against the top. Well, against the women's world champion. Had a horrible position at the opening. Came back into somewhat winning position and
lost.
And so he must not be feeling greatly confident. So having to play this position, I don't know. I'd be a little bit nervous.
Oh
as
yeah,
black.
definitely. Okay, so he accepted the sacrifice. What else can he do? And now white is ready to take on e6 with either a bishop or the knight, but knight takes e6 really comes to mind. It actually was just played, attacking the queen, and also obviously there's a discovered check in all kinds of directions, and white is gaining at least 3 pawns for the piece and the open king. So it seems that this piece sacrifice is more than asked for. White is having a lot of compensation for it. So
Who are you favouring right now?
oh, definitely white.
Without a doubt,
There's
white.
no doubt
Yeah.
about it. I mean, the queen has to move now. Let's say
B6.
queen goes to b6 possibly. Now white can even think about taking with the pawn on c5. Or just take with the knight. I mean, that would be just a very reasonable choice here. Just take with the knight on c4, c5. The king has to go somewhere, I guess, to e8. Take the bishop off, castle and enjoy a beautiful position with the 2 bishops at a massive pawn center. This is...
But even knight c7, if they wanted to grab some material, you could try and, instead of taking on c5.
I mean, this is just a basic option White is having. But he can go for much more. And remember, guys, you can hashtag us. No, you can tweet us, I should say.
With the hashtag.
With the hashtag, yeah, I'm not a Twitter expert, as you can tell. Tweet us with the hashtag Hawaii Chess 2015. We would love to hear from you, your questions, comments, whatsoever. And the best question or comment for today receives the Chess Informant 123 special Hawaiian version. So, Kojima played queen b8. And here again, knight takes c5 would just transpose to what we just saw. And you pointed out knight c7 is another possible move. And yeah.
Does he need to move the knight so urgently? I mean, he can also prepare his other pieces, I guess. He doesn't need
so many attractive options for White. So many. Let's go to the other game here. Already, White is clearly better.
Yeah.
There's no doubt. So, we have Sam Shankland against Yifan. c4, e6, knight f3, d5. Some classical stuff here. Bishop b4.
So a Ragazin.
Okay, yeah, that's right. You're helping me out here with these openings.
We gotta. So you're the e4 player, and
yes.
I'm the d4 player.
Okay,
so
great,
we're gonna balance each other out here.
c5. You tell me when it's not theory anymore. d3 looks a little bit odd to me, at least, but
yeah. I mean, I don't play this line as white or black, but I mean, but okay, this is quite normal up to now. But then I think this knight e4 stuff is looking. I think it's still theory though. But the pressure on c3 is quite difficult. I feel like when playing these lines.
Right. So this is always a main topic here, that Black is trying to exploit this pin and put some pressure on here. So rook c1, queen a5. I was just talking about more pressure on the long diagonal, well, not too long. a5, e1 diagonal. Bishop g2, knight c6, castle, and now Black takes, and he cannot take again on c3. That would be too much, because after queen d2, this knight is in some trouble. At least it feels wrong. I mean, maybe it continues here with c takes d4, but it just feels wrong.
With the black king not castled as well, and
yeah, it just doesn't feel right.
It feels awkward. I mean, bishop. Well, I mean, say queen e1, maybe bishop d2 as well is an option.
Maybe that's a better way to do it. So it doesn't feel right. So instead,
taking on a2 is also also the same sort of thing.
Yeah, in these kind of positions, always I feel like White is offering a lot of pawns, but
often poisoned.
Often poisoned, maybe. On the other hand, he's having a lead in the development, and he would like to play in the center at some point. So c4, changing the nature of the position completely, closing down in the center. And now that allows White to protect all the pawns that were hanging with queen c2. Pawn on a2 protected, pawn on c3 protected, and White is ready to get rid of this knight on e4 and then maybe advance the e4 pawn. So if Black was to castle now, knight d2, I would assume. And so now the knight cannot be capped on e4 unless you play f5, which is not a move you would like to play. It's weakening the dark squares as well as your king. So let's say Black takes, and now, for example, bishop takes, and White would like to play e4 at some point. He could in some cases even prepare with f3, it always depends. But this is the general idea, whereas Black would like to stop that for one.
For sure.
And on the other hand, would like to maybe advance or do something himself on the queen side, because you always would like to play where you are stronger or where you have more space. So you can see Black is having more space on the queen side with his pawn being advanced to c4.
And another cliche with the direction of the pawns as well. You often want to play in the direction that your pawns are pointing. So black's pawns are somewhat pointing towards the queen side.
I've never heard of that.
Really? There you go. So generally, that's it. You follow the direction of your pawns, not just where there's more space, but, well, it obviously coincides with each other, but you follow the direction of your pawns, and black's pawns are, even though it's a very small pawn chain with 2 pawns, but it's still pointing towards the queen side, so that's the direction he's supposed to be playing.
Indeed, the moves we just proposed, castle and knight e2, have been played, and Yifan now has to cope or deal with this threat of taking on e4.
We have a comment from Twitter, which I'm going to mention. It's not a question, but it's a comment about Yifan, and saying that she is indeed a very smart chess player, which we all obviously knew. But the reason that he has suggested, this Andy Back has mentioned that she's a very smart chess player because the World Championship, Women's Championship, is going on in Sochi at the moment, as we all know. But she's here, and he said, well, the weather's a lot nicer over here, so she's very smart for making that decision.
Oh yeah.
I'm sure
it's much more beautiful here.
It is. I know that definitely. So she's smart for that reason, apparently, not for anything else.
Well, I'm sure she's smart for many reasons. All right. So exactly what we said would happen: knight takes d2, bishop takes d2 plan, and now the question is, how is black going to set up his pieces? For white, it seems it's very clear. Rook goes to e1. Her pieces, I'm sorry. Thank you. Rook going to e1, and then I'm not quite sure yet if white is going to prepare e4 with f3 or not, but definitely e4 is the idea here to play in the center, because also white is having the bishop pair, and as we all know, or as most of us know, bishop pairs like open positions, like it when there are a lot of diagonals open, so they can really be effective and exercise the most power.
So Sam wants to create more space for those bishops now. The question is, who would you favour in this position? I know it's very early days. They've only just come out of a somewhat theoretical opening, but who are you favouring?
It seems I always like white. I like white here too. It seems to me that white is having a clear plan, whereas for black, I'm not sure.
I'm not sure about the bishop and c8 as well, whether it's going to be a good piece. And with the pawn on d5 is already targeted with the bishop on g2, and it feels like the bishop on c8 might just become a defensive piece as opposed to...
Yeah, I'm quite interested in how Yifan will deal with this position. She just played rook e8, now rook e1 would be the natural response, also placing rook here on the e-file. But I'm curious to see how she's going to set up her pieces, because I'm not particularly familiar with this kind of position, and it's just interesting what is her plan, because I would say usually it's a plan to somehow push these pawns forward in some fashion or the other, but for example right now you cannot play b5 because the pawn on d5 is hanging. So I don't know if it's an idea to play bishop e6, but then already, oh look at that, yeah. he already played e4. He didn't want to wait any longer and didn't want to prepare it any longer.
I mean, d5 is a problem, and if bishop takes and h7 is hit, and you know, it's not so clear. I mean, that's a passed d pawn as well, we must remember. But
it seems to me this is more or less what Yifan should play. It's h6, probably rook e1, and it looks like it is more comfortable for white, definitely.
The bishops now have more space, and maybe the dark square bishop will come to a better square at a later date.
Okay, instead of h6, she plays the queen over to h5. Okay, that makes sense as well.
She needs to stay active, and the queen wasn't doing that much in a5, was it? So
queen wasn't doing much over there. Let's go back to the other game.
Yeah.
Timur Gareev against Shinya Kojima, and actually just what we thought would happen happened. He just grabbed the third pawn for his piece sacrifice here with knight takes c5, king e8, and now grabbed the bishop and just castled. And this is beautiful. And now e4, he he doesn't want to wait. He wants to get to the black king as quickly as possible. Plays e4, offers this
Take
pawn.
that if you dare.
Yeah, that's exactly what he's probably thinking right now. But if you don't take it, e5 is coming, and it's also crushing.
2 protected center pass pawns, you know, safe king. I mean, this is
horrible. I mean,
so
black
uncomfortable.
has to take this pawn one way or the other, but okay, let's take a look. Queen takes e4 first. This is asking for rook e1, obviously. And what now? Queen drops back to c6.
Then just queen e2.
Queen c6,
Maybe.
queen e2.
Queen d6, bishop f4. It's looking a little bit
Queen
awkward.
d6, bishop f4 would already be game
over.
over. So
Yeah.
instead, black could try. Oh
Oh,
no,
you
the
can't
king.
castle. That's
That's the main issue. Black cannot even
thing.
castle.
it's
The king
that's
has
almost
already
game.
moved.
Okay, knight g8. If you're gonna have to play things like that,
No,
that's
okay,
bishop
that's-
g5 as well. Okay, it's also everything's wrong.
So we refuted queen e4 already. Yeah, okay, that's the main issue. I was just about to say black has to hope to castle queenside, but that's not gonna happen in this game at least. So yeah, he didn't take on e4, played knight b6 instead. That's maybe also an option. So the bishop on c4 is attacked. So we could give a check
Right,
on
a check,
b5. King f7.
Do we go to f7 or f8?
I'd rather like to go to f7 if I can, and then get my rook out, so at least
I feel like they can play queen b3 and
queen b3 is a
maybe
good move,
then
yeah.
maybe put your king on an awkward square again.
Yes, now you're forcing me to go to f8, and then I just have improved the position of the white queen. So let's go to f8 right away. And now, what do we do with these pawns? It's so tempting, everything's tempting. e5, I don't necessarily want to play because it really
Yeah.
just allows black to put a nice knight on d5. So
Does white have to rush with anything? He's controlling
No.
all those squares. Maybe something like bishop g5, put a rook on e1. You're already c1, sorry, threatening bishop c6. Just queen. I don't know. Just feels.
yeah, it just feels absolutely horrible. I mean, we don't.
And now e5, and after knight d5, you might have queen f3, perhaps. I don't know. It's a
Yeah.
little bit awkward.
I'm always a little bit concerned of giving this pawn, but in most cases it's probably just fine. I was also looking at just playing f3. I mean, what is black going to do? The king cannot even get anywhere. If you play g6, my bishop
Oh,
is
wow.
right there. And what are you going to do with your king? This is a major problem here for black. And the thing is, he's not even up any material.
I was going to say, I mean, usually you're compensated by the material advantage, but there isn't even any material advantage in this position, and it's just horrible for. I mean, black was already uncomfortable in the first game, but he was just slightly uncomfortable. But this one is, I'd say, this one is significantly better for white.
Yeah, no doubt. So this is a position on the board right now. Bishop b5 was played, as you suggested. And yeah, we expect king f8. I mean, it doesn't make much sense to go here either. King doesn't find a safe spot one way or the other. Yeah, this is it's horrible.
No, I don't like this position at all for.
Yeah, when we go back, he shouldn't have allowed the sacrifice on f7, but maybe already at this point it's kind of difficult to defend against it.
So if we look at an alternative instead of bishop b7 here, I mean, what did?
No, knight bd7 was played.
Oh, was it knight
now.
bd7 was played?
Yes, maybe. No, I mean knight d5 doesn't even work because of bishop b5. That's another problem here. Yeah, something
Has gone
we
wrong.
can say something went wrong for black early on, and this resulted in this position.
I think maybe bishop e7 because it lost control over e6. So maybe the bishop needed to remain on c8 just to stop the sacrifices.
Right.
But
Possibly, or maybe even earlier on.
if we talk about Shinya a little bit and how he got his place in this challenge,
Right.
because the three grandmasters, Gareev, Yifan, and Shankland, were all determined months ago.
Right.
And the last place was up for a contest, wasn't it?
Yes. A fundraising.
A fundraising contest. So,
Yes.
but he wasn't actually technically the winner.
No, actually, there were 2 people before him who denied the spot and didn't want to play against the likes of Yifan. So then he took the place, and I'm pretty sure he's happy to be here
Yeah.
and play with very strong players in the Hawaii Grandmaster Challenge. So he has played King F8. Yeah, so
Like we
Bishop
predicted.
G5 is a move. I think F3 is also sensible, or Rook E1. Rook E1 maybe just perfectly fine, because now definitely Knight takes E4 doesn't work because of Queen F3 check. When Knight F6 fails due to Queen takes B7. So Rook E1 might be perfectly fine, and now I would like to play D5. D5, E5.
I'd love to play that
keep
right
them
now.
rolling. And he actually just played Rook E1. We're doing a good job so far predicting the moves.
Unfortunately, D5 doesn't quite work, because I mean, you want to play D5 then E5, but
Right.
D5 is always just about hanging, so
Yes, that's
unfortunately
true.
it doesn't quite work. But yeah, I definitely would love to just push those pawns, and they're going to be unstoppable and very quick and uncomfortable when they get rolling.
Yeah, I mean, White will kind of combine attacks against the Black King and pushing these pawns. He might sacrifice a pawn or 2 maybe, who knows, to attack the Black King, but these are his options. And for Black, really, what is he going to do? I mean, he can push away the bishop here on B5, but well, bishop goes back to F1 or just goes back to D3, either way. And now what?
I think this is the problem with these positions, is that not only has Black not got any material advantage to compensate him, but he doesn't actually have any play. So Gareev can spend all day putting his pieces on the most perfect squares wherever he likes.
Right.
And there is absolutely nothing that Black can do about it. And it's just uncomfortable. I mean, he can't create any play for himself at all. So, yeah, like a move like Bishop F1, just kind of rubbing it in his face, saying, I can pull my bishop back home, and actually, what can you do about it? So
yeah, it's kind of difficult for me to come up with any suggestions here. I mean, I guess you could play your rook to D8, but just my main issue is you played A6.
What to do with the king?
What to do with the king? This is the main issue. What are you going to do with the king? As we mentioned already, G6 doesn't help. You would like to play your king to G7, but before you do that, Bishop H6 comes, and then if you play King G8, there's another long diagonal. So,
and that poor rook at H8 is not happy either. So, because of the king.
Yeah.
Definitely uncomfortable.
Yeah. Let's go back to the other game again, and let's see how this turns out so far.
So we
A
saw
couple moves have happened.
Queen H5, didn't we? And Yifan's
Yes.
hoping to get some play on the light squares.
Rook
Now the
B1.
bishop's gone.
Very sensible move. Placing the rook on this half open file, putting pressure on B7. And now Bishop H3 is played. This is answered by Rook E1. And now Rook to B8, just passively defending the pawn on B7.
So what happens if Yifan just attacks that rook now and plays Bishop F4? Not
Yeah.
Yifan, sorry, Shankland. He's
No.
playing white. So Sam just
Yes.
attacks
Bishop
Yifan's
F4.
rook and just be like,
Yeah, it's a
okay,
good
so Bishop
question.
F4.
Very natural move.
What has the world champion got in response to this? It just looks like an obvious move. You know, the rook's defending the pawn on B7, so attack the defender.
Yes, indeed.
And that bishop wanted to get to a good square, better square than it was on. So, what's the plan?
You asked me a question here I cannot answer at the moment. Bishop F4, very natural.
I'm looking for tricks on the light squares with some sort of rook takes e4, but it doesn't work because the queen can take it.
Because, for example, here, queen e8
Yeah,
is
that's embarrassing.
But, already a checkmate.
I mean, rook takes e4, queen f3 is the hope, but...
this is the hope, but...
but that's not going to happen.
Chess is not all about hopes, so... yeah, what can she possibly do? I mean, if she moves to rook...
But then it seems that the last move was futile with a rook b8, and why would she play it?
Oh, actually, it just happened. Bishop f4, rook d8, and now rook... no, okay. This is the position on the board after rook bd8. Now rook takes b7. Are there any tricks? f5 maybe now. Maybe this was an idea.
That's her plan.
And now the rook on e1 is undefended.
And then bishop d5 doesn't work because the rook on e8 is actually covered by the queen on h5.
The queen is protecting the rook. So maybe this is how she's still solving her problems at the moment. But
seems somewhat weird to just provoke the bishop to f4, which is a better square, and she could have played rook d8 immediately with the bishop on d2. So what difference does it make having that bishop on f4? Maybe she wants g5? I don't know.
I can't believe that, really. Yeah. Let's see what else white can do. So it seems rook takes b7 fails due to f5. Rook on e1 is not protected, and well, that's an issue here. No, that's no good. So can white renew the threat of taking on b7 in any way? So now we see actually the idea why the bishop had to go to f4. So the bishop before was protecting the rook on e1. Yeah. So that's why
it's very clever.
Yeah, that's why Yifan couldn't play rook a8 immediately, because now if the rook takes b7, f5, the bishop could just move, take on c6, and white is winning. So this is the position on the board. Sam Shankland is thinking about it right now, and we're also taking a little think here. What can white do? Protect the rook on e1, for example?
But how? I mean, bishop d2 would obviously look very silly.
No,
and
that's of no use.
Queen d2 is probably not what she wants to play. He wants to play either.
We could, well, queen d2 would again allow these
rook takes e4 ideas.
E4. And now we're being joined by Grandmaster Sam Shankland. Yeah, just
Come
grab a
us.
chair and let's see if we got you in the picture. You can come a little bit closer.
Come a bit closer. We don't bite.
We don't bite. Sammy, how are you doing today?
Fine. Everything is perfect here in Hawaii. Organizers are very welcoming. It's the perfect place to
I could imagine. What could possibly be wrong in Hawaii, right?
You've done almost everything though. You've been hiking up Diamond Head. You've been snorkeling with the turtles. You've been whale watching.
Let him tell.
Come on, exactly.
What's your favorite thing you did so far?
Going to the beach was that done. Also, Magic Island was very nice. We did some chess with everybody, with Hawaiian, with local players. So it was very interesting. And now everything is perfect so far. So
yeah, just for the viewers, Magic Island, there was an event on Tuesday, a whole day event. Magic Island is a park. It's very close to the ocean, as almost everything here in Hawaii. And there were several simuls going on with Grandmasters, also blind simul by Timur Gareev, who is really good in playing blind simul chess. I think he took upon 7 players at the same time playing blindfolded.
I think he took 10 players.
10 players even.
I believe he won 8 and drew 2. It's an
ridiculous.
amazing achievement. Yeah.
Just after playing soccer, also he was.
Yeah, he was playing football or soccer, whichever it is in this country. So for us, it will be football because we're European, sort of, and then
European football.
Yeah, European football.
Yes,
he was
European
playing all
football.
morning, but yet still managed to blindfold and beat all those players in incredible fashion.
Yeah, that's amazing. I mean, I have no words. And I think didn't even do a record with playing against a lot of blind?
I think it was 42. Is that the record?
I'm not sure, but it was
42. He's got some
ridiculously high number.
He is.
That's right. So you're also playing in the open tournament, which started yesterday. How did your first round go?
Okay, I won the first game. It was a difficult 10 game. I think he had some draw chances, but then he blundered. So, but it was a local player from Hawaii, and yes, the opening was interesting. But then he made mistakes just before the end game. So
Right. Okay, so you had a victory in the first round, and then
yes.
today you have 2 more rounds.
Yes, difficult to play chess in these conditions, but
It is. I know that you'll be playing here and wishing that you were lying on the beach. Maybe next year we can tell the organisers to put the boards on the beach
yes, better.
and play outside.
I think it will be
Somewhat distracting,
somewhat, yes.
but it'd be pretty nice, I have to say.
Yeah. So we got a couple more moves. Here we have Sam Shankland against Yifan.
Who are your favourite, do you think, for this tournament? I mean, so far we've obviously seen a few games of how they've gone, and
I think Shankland didn't lose a game since 53 games, something like
yeah,
this.
56.
No, I think that was
previously.
Previously. That was some time ago, but
Okay.
yeah,
So
he's
I think
obviously a very strong
yes,
player.
I think
He's on form.
yes, he's on form. So
I mean, obviously, we need not be reminded about his gold medal achievement in the Olympiad with his amazing 9 out of 10 performance and beating Judith Polgar in her last ever game of chess. I mean, like, that's
really?
quite... Yeah, Judith played her lot. They played in Hungary, and Judith played her last ever game of chess before her retirement, and Sam
that's
went
sad.
ahead and beat her.
For you did.
Yeah, exactly. So
but also I think the Japanese player is also Kojima. I think.
Yes.
Yeah.
I
Yes.
think he's dangerous because I think he was winning in the first game.
oh yeah,
Yes.
we were looking.
Or,
He was clearly better,
one
at
point
least,
up
yeah.
or something like so.
Yeah, I mean, everything can happen.
I think
especially.
all players are dangerous. I think it would be very interesting to watch. Also this game between
Yeah, it looks-
Gareev and
So it
This-
seems there are some exchanges now on the board. Queen takes d1. Now the queens potentially come off. And what do we have then if the queens come off? Black is more or less ready to join on e2, but this pawn might be really dangerous, really quickly supported by the 2 bishops. So Black has to watch out for it. And indeed, she didn't exchange the queen. She didn't like that endgame. And goes for bishop g4, which is also makes a lot of sense, attacking the queen, and maybe even having the idea to exchange the bishops with bishop f3. Where should the queen go?
Maybe even
a4.
does she want to play f3 or is that too ugly?
Oh,
but
no,
she doesn't
he-
want to block. He doesn't want to block in his bishop on h1. But I don't really want to swap off that bishop either.
Yeah, I feel like Black is becoming very active now. It's becoming quite unbalanced, and yeah, where do you put this queen?
is
What
it
do you
possible
think, Sam?
to? He played queen d2.
Okay.
But I was thinking about queen a4 to attack this pawn on c4. But okay, cool.
Yeah, queen
Queen
d2.
d2?
Queen d2 is asking for rook e2.
Rook take b. No. Yes. What? If rook
Maybe
e2?
rook e1.
But-
Ah.
exactly. Yeah.
Nice.
A little tactic here of the back rank, so Black cannot take because of checkmate. This is kind of saving him here. White, it's saving White, by the way. So here the rooks are coming off, and that's okay for White. But what
guess-
if now bishop f3? Is that an option? Or if, I mean, the question is really,
Can you
if-
just grab a pawn and
can you just grab the pawn?
b7?
And
Maybe
Bishop
rook
take-
e2, or no? Can you get away with that?
Bishop,
No,
king,
because it
bishop,
takes on f3.
Maybe bishop take, king take, queen f3.
yeah, this looks very
dangerous.
dangerous. And
And
she
then she
played
has
bishop
played it.
f3 indeed, because after you've exchanged the light square bishops, suddenly all the light squares around the white king are weak, and the white king feels a little bit uncomfortable, at least for what I can see here. So maybe White should just play a defensive move like rook e1 now. And indeed, it has been played,
Yeah.
rook e1. And now black has to react to the threat of rook takes e8, obviously. What is she going to do? She could take on e1, but again the queen is ready to come into action here.
Yes, maybe
And
just
this
rook
is-
d8.
And this is a little bit annoying, so
The trades probably favour white as well, so
Sammy is suggesting rook d8. Just
Oh, sorry. Maybe queen a3 now. Attacking the bishop on
Ah.
f3 and
Yes.
checkmate on e8.
Rook d8,
Ah.
keeping the rooks, but queen e3 renewing the threat of checkmate on the back rank, and also threatening to take on f3. So doesn't quite work for black. So how to rook e6 she found. That's probably a decent move, yeah. However, is d5 possible? No. d5 runs into queen takes. d5? Is that correct? Or let's see.
that
We have to do some calculation here. Okay, takes on f3. Let's just look at that real quick. d5. Is that
queen
possible?
takes.
Queen takes, and now bishop takes
And you
f3.
take on
Just take the take back. Yes, and it's protected right
Yeah.
now, and that works. Okay, so instead Sam took on f3 and now played d5 the other way.
So okay, rook e1
And
is.
is he just winning here?
Is he winning
Yes,
it's
it
just
is.
isn't it just a piece? Oh, can you play queen d3? No, it doesn't work either. Nothing works.
Queen d3?
No, it doesn't work.
No, the queen is protected.
No, just take, yeah. So the idea is now that after rook e1, queen takes e1, the knight is hanging on c6, but,
But there's
also
a
there's
mate
a
on e8
checkmate,
still.
and the knight doesn't have a place to go to protect against the checkmate. So if there's no way to deal with this, then black is lost indeed.
And there's no rook. I mean, the rook can't move off that file because of the rook e8 mate. So
Yeah, it looks like that's it. Wow, what a start for Sam. 2 white games, 2 wins, it looks like, unless we're missing something. But I don't think so.
I wanted to make queen d3 work, but obviously with the
No.
with the bishop
yes.
protecting d2, it doesn't.
yeah,
The
just
tricks
take an
just
E6,
don't work.
no,
So
it's just-
I mean, also rook takes would have worked anyway.
yeah, anything. But yeah, it might be that.
Wow, what a start for Sam if that's the case. Sam has had 2 whites though as well. We have to.
Yes. So it
somewhat
seems
advantage.
that rook e6 was a decisive mistake here. But maybe already it is
Yes, because
uncomfortable.
there is queen e3, so maybe
It
she had
seems
to
Maybe
take
she's
maybe
playing
rook take e1, queen take e1, and h6, maybe
Yeah.
something like this.
But even this looks pretty well. Okay, you have some ideas maybe with yeah, you have some ideas.
This is playable at least, as opposed to.
Yes, as opposed to immediately lost. You're absolutely right.
I mean, and
yes,
it's
of course, here the
queen
game
endings are tricky.
here the
of
game
course.
continues definitely, and it's not over. So rook e6, indeed,
Was that just a
blunder.
blunder by the
But-
world champion?
Yes, but like I said already, her position is uncomfortable. That's interesting. It just because before it seems she was very active and actually creating some kind of attack, but then due to her weak back rank, suddenly the tables turned.
I mean, a move like rook
Oh,
e6.
g5. No, okay.
I mean, like
She found something to do.
Yes. Wow.
But is that any good, or is it just d takes c6, g takes f4?
and then take on b. Oh, then.
Is it still going on here?
Can you play c7 and queen e8 check in some order?
C7, this is actually happening right now. Queen c6 is forced. And now
Queen
probably
e7?
just queen e7
and then
is,
queen d8 checks
is
threatened. And
very
it's-
simple, and it's all over here. And
and
I
this is
expect
horrible.
Yifan to resign after queen e7.
A move like rook e6 is a very awkward move to play, because it's asking for a move like d5, and just because the immediate tactics didn't work, as we saw with d5, queen takes d5, I feel like it's not the sort of move you do want to play, because obviously Sam found the correct way by liquidating on f3 first and then d5, and it was a simple win.
Simple tactic. Let's go back to the other game, and exactly what we predicted kind of happened. Timur Gareev was able to roll the pawns up the board. The last time we checked, they were on d4 and e4. Now they're on d6 and e5, and that's absolutely horrible. Bad news for black. So let's just go through the last move to wind up real quick. What happened here? h6.
So it did drop back to f1. We predicted.
Yes, and now e5. He decides to push him like this, and black can't really go to d5 because of queen f3 check, followed by bishop c4. And if he cannot block the pawns, then exactly what happened in the game happened.
Quick rolling.
They're just rolling, and you can see them, and this is just absolutely devastating. There's no
As we said,
doubt.
I mean, Gareev is having all the fun.
Yes, he's so much enjoying this game. Here, black decided to give back the piece, but now he is just a pawn down, still with an open king, still facing the bishop pair, and this is hopeless. There's absolutely no doubt about it.
This is the exact sort of position that the bishops are going to absolutely love.
Yes.
I mean, even you got time to play moves like b3 and bishop
you would love to
b2,
play
and
b3, bishop b2.
All the squares are being covered, and
king is completely open, whereas the white king is completely safe. Yeah, this is just too much. Rook d5 play, queen d4 is a threat. White just would like to bring his this bishop to a long diagonal in some way, and then we can call it a day.
Bishop b3, bishop d4, and
anything.
anything.
I mean, look at this knight as well.
You've got to look at a1 to get into the game with rook e1 as well, so you've got plenty more pieces to.
Just 1 minute or so. Difficult
it's the possibilities are endless for white, but black.
Yeah, and by the way, Yifan has resigned in this position as we predicted after queen e7, because there's nothing she can do against queen d8 followed by c8 queen, and if king g7, just queen g5 check, and followed by queen d8 check, and that's it. All right, so Sam Shankland on 2 out of 2, winning his first 2 games with the white pieces. So now queen d4 check, the king has to move. King h7. What else?
We've been told off on Twitter. And actually, I have requested this. So someone has said that Sam Shankland is wearing a nice lei. So, you know, the Hawaiian necklaces with the flowers, and I did ask, and he said that they said they would get one, but said that we both need to get.
Oh, we need
some,
one.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we cannot continue.
No, I think so. I think it's just not really Hawaii material that we've got at the moment. So, I think we should get kitted up before the next round.
Probably people think we're somewhere else.
Exactly. We're not actually in Hawaii, really. We're just.
Unless we have these. What do you call them?
I think they're lies. Can't quite.
Okay. Yeah.
You know.
Yeah,
what
we will. We'll make sure we'll have them soon. Okay. So what's up here? Black is in a terrible pin on the d file, and we have the winner.
With a big beam on his face.
Thank you, Sammy, for joining us.
We might want to hear from Sam with his fantastic start to the tournament.
Yes.
Welcome back.
Before anything else, I'd just like to point out that I was the last one to beat Judith as #1 and the first to beat who as #1.
Wow. So we did mention the Judith thing just a minute ago. I was saying that Niclas wasn't aware that you beat her in her last ever game of professional chess, so nice of you to do that to her. And
we'll always remember you.
And now
I will tell my grandchildren about that game.
And now he's right. So Yifan has only just taken the top spot as the top female player, and Sam's gonna destroy that.
However, it was just a rapid game, but
It
still.
was.
course,
It
yeah.
was.
No, she's
And there's
just-
more to come.
Oh yes, she will beat me before this tournament is over.
I'm sure
have
she's
a
looking
feeling.
for revenge. But it's actually technically the second time you've beaten her in this tournament so far.
Come
Well,
we had
the losing moves were not her moves.
of
the
course,
first
but
time.
we did have a lovely Hawaiian banquet the other night to kick off the tournament, and we had a tandem game, didn't we, with Team Sam and Team Yifan, and Yifan was joined by the mayor of Maui, I believe, who
Yes.
is roughly 1800 in strength,
Yes.
but the winning bid, someone could bid on Sam, which was quite impressive. You got quite a fair few dollars for that, actually,
Yeah.
to be your partner. Must be quite nice to
Great.
and but it was a 2200 player, wasn't it, who you got
Yes.
with you? So you did have significantly a stronger team, but,
Yes.
but
All right,
still.
let's take a look at the game. G3 here.
To be honest, I actually think c5 is inaccurate. I think castles is the better move order.
Right.
But bishop f4 is extremely rare, but it basically was never played. And then just at the European Championship, Elyanov played it and crushed somebody really badly. I think Saric. And so I thought, well, this looks interesting and for a rapid game. And already, if c5 is a mistake, which is the most typical Rogozin move I've ever
Right.
seen.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I quite
That's-
liked my position.
This is what I was saying. I was saying up to CD5, ED5, and I was like, okay, I don't know bishop f4, so
I lost control of the game pretty fast, though. This was all
Okay.
still preparation until she played knight c6.
Okay, so let's go here.
So what did you expect instead of
Well,
knight c6?
I'd only check knight takes c3. I thought if I don't lose material, I'm just better.
Okay.
So, but knight
That's-
c3 doesn't work. So, but
Okay, so castle.
takes c4, and here I had quite a think. I was the queen c2 is a move I was considering going completely nuts with knight d2. Knight e5 probably was best, but
Knight e5.
Well, that's quite
okay.
thematic, I
Well,
suppose. in
the
this.
Let's go completely nuts.
it doesn't work. Knight c3.
Knight c3 and then.
If queen c2, knight d4, you can resign. So you've got to.
Yeah.
You have to take c3 and take d5. It doesn't work.
Okay, it's too much.
It's too much. Yeah.
Okay.
Bishop d5, castle, black should be okay.
No, okay.
I mean, but knight e5 was also a serious move.
We
Knight
predicted a
e5.
fair few of these moves, though. For,
The point
for
being
this
knight
position.
c3 fails to knight c6 and then queen d2, but if she takes it and then bishop e5, f6, bishop f4, and castles, I wasn't sure how much better I was.
Right, right.
Or actually here f3 is very strong, but somehow I saw some way that I was worried, but
Yeah, f3 that looks
That
good for you.
knight's awkward.
But queen c2 is very natural.
Yeah.
yeah,
and
but
we're-
somehow I lost control of the game though, I don't know where.
but
Where-
here it looks like you have a decent position.
Yeah, I'm better. I think e4 just a big mistake. I should play rook e1 first, and then she
Yeah,
can't
we
stop
looked at
e4, but then
Yes.
she can't play queen h5, so...
We did look at this, and
So
we
this
did.
was probably much more accurate, because after e4 she got...
Because here she doesn't have really a sensible move.
Well, she can play bishop e6, and she's not
Yes,
gonna die,
okay.
but I mean, I think white just better, so after
So
e4.
is it? I was thinking, is it sometimes an idea to even prepare e4 with f3, or is it not something you do
That
necessarily?
wasn't really my... I can play it right now, and she can't take comfortably anyway, because h7
Okay.
is hanging, so I wasn't really considering f3.
Okay.
If you're gonna play f3, the rook should be on f1 anyway. So
Right, right. Okay. So, what do you think? Where did you lose control? What happened?
I mean, I think when I played bishop h1, I just completely blundered bishop f5. I'm quite lucky not to be lost immediately, actually.
So at this point,
Bishop h1. I mean, I just sort of
you
played it
didn't
to
see
make a
bishop
move.
f5.
I don't think. I mean, of course, I saw the idea because I was always calculating rook
Right.
takes e4, but I just completely missed bishop f5 in this specific position, and I'm very lucky to not be lost immediately.
Right.
But somehow I couldn't find a way through. But luckily, things turned out okay. I mean,
Oh, it
yeah.
seems like the
I gotta
next
go- I
game
gotta
is
go
about
play.
to start already. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you,
See you later.
Sam. See you.
So, just to summarize, Timur, while we're hearing
It was a
Sam's thoughts-
quick mate on the back rank, I think, so he just liquidated, and there's a quick mate. So that was a very quick finish by Timur.
Yes, so Timur won. So right now the situation is Sam on 2 out of 2, and then there are 2 players on 1 of 2, Yifan, Timur, Gareev, and then 0 out of 2, Shinya, Kojima. So we'll be right back. Okay, just take a quick break, and then we're back for the third rapid round. Welcome back, everybody, to the third round of the rapid format Hawaii Grandmaster Challenge. We have the following pairings: Yifan against Timur Gareev.
We're both on 1 out of 2.
They're both on 1 out of 2, that's right. And also we have Shinya Kojima against Sam Shankland. So let's have a look at this game. First, we see a French on the board, and we see the Rubinstein variation. Very solid choice by Gareev. D takes e4, and usually in this kind of opening, White is having a nice little space advantage. But on the other hand, Black's not having a lot of weaknesses. Of course, it depends on the specific line, but Black's just developing his pieces. He's okay with a slight disadvantage because he is having less space. But on the other hand, no weaknesses, pretty solid. And
it's gone for a very solid, like Fort Knox kind of defense.
Yeah, Bishop d7 is not the main move. The main move is Knight d7 here, and then Knight gf6. Bishop d7, obviously the idea is to bring the bishop to c6. See it right here, bishop d3, Knight d7, castle. And now Knight gf6 will probably be played. And here is sometimes an idea to not exchange pieces, but just to retreat to g3. And what's the idea behind that? So there's this general rule of thumb that if you have more space, you want to keep pieces, and it makes a lot of sense, because if you keep more pieces on the board, that means your opponent also has more pieces, and he has less space than you have to maneuver his piece around. So that's why and I know this is a move to play the knight to g3, and then these knights here on d7 and f6, or right, this knight on d7 doesn't really find a job. If you exchange the knight, then this will just help Black. So this is the current position on the board. Gareev is taking a little think here, and we can take a look at the opening in the other game between Kojima against Shankland. Shankland on 2 out of 2 and Kojima on 0 out of 2 at the moment.
So we're heavily favouring Sam in this game, but obviously, as we can see, anything can happen, and some of the games have been really topsy-turvy so far. And actually, Shinya's got white for the first time in the tournament, and Sam's got black for the first time in the tournament.
Right.
This is different, but
yeah, it seems Sam opted for a very solid opening here. We see the
likewise the white. I mean, he could have chosen perhaps a more attacking version of this opening, but he's gone for a more solid approach.
And it also makes a lot of sense coming out of 2 losses in the last 2 rounds.
Very sharp positions as well. The last one, he had a piece sack against him very early on, and
yeah, he was in trouble earlier on, you could say that. So here both sides are just developing their pieces in a natural manner. And we have this position on the board, and once again we have the question, where do the rooks go? And here he decided to put his rook on d1, probably the other one f1. I think that makes a lot of sense.
Usually one goes to the c file in these lines, though.
Yeah, that would be the other option, to put this rook on the c file.
Especially with a potential trade on d5, and potentially opening up that c file, especially with the rook on c1, maybe even no matter how they capture the pawn on d5, they perhaps even got some knight b5 ideas and everything. So a rook on c1 in those positions is also very natural.
Helpful.
Yeah.
And in general, I believe the idea for white is to play e4.
Yeah.
And somehow, and then actually we'll have kind of similar structures. If white plays e4, let's say black just plays some kind of move, rook c8 and e5, and then take. Then if we compare the 2 games we have today, it's in both games kind of the same structure, of course a little different, but in both games we have this position where white is having a space advantage and black is having a very solid position, and the typical move to attack the center is to play c5 at some point.
And another common motif about both openings, actually, in both, well, the semi-Slav or Queen's Gambit declined that Sam is playing, and the French, is the problem of the light square bishop, and it's always a problem in both of those openings. And I think that in this position, like you can see, the bishop on b7 doesn't look great at the moment, and he obviously wants to play c5 and try and create some space for that bishop, but it's never so easy in this line. And obviously Gareev has chosen to try and activate that bishop, his problem piece, quite quickly by putting it on d7 to c6, which is the Fort Knox kind of idea, and solid. It's a bit more active, I think, on c6 than this one is on b7 at the moment. So
right, and
very common, and hopefully, well, black wants to swap that guy off, doesn't he, usually, so he can get rid of his problem piece.
yes, Sam has placed the rook on d8, and now white is pretty much ready to play e4. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. He could further prepare, play a move like h3. There are always more moves he can play, and he's actually going for something completely different. He's not going for the center breakthrough of e4, and I wonder why not. What's wrong with e4?
Perhaps again it's to do with the bishop on b7. Maybe he feels that is Sam's problem piece, and if he plays a move like e4, then Sam would gladly trade on e4 and then perhaps get c5, and then suddenly that bishop on b7 becomes a great piece, and so maybe he's worried about that.
So let's look at this concretely. You're saying just play c5
at some
here.
Point, maybe not now, but
maybe
yeah,
now.
Maybe now. Or maybe you could even trade on e4 and put another knight on f6 and then play c5.
Yeah, this is also very standard to take once on e4 and then play knight f6, threaten to take on e4, and if the bishop retreats, now c5, and there's the immediate threat of bishop takes f3.
And
so
suddenly that bishop was a horrible piece tucked away, and now it's a great strong bishop on the longest diagonal. So
most likely this is why he decided to play bishop f1. Now rook ac8. Also black has placed all his pieces on good squares, and now the question is, what is white going to do next?
So what was the idea of bishop f1? I mean, we predict why he didn't play e4, but why bishop f1? Is he rerouting via g3 and bishop g2? Is he?
I'm not sure about that.
I mean, it's a bit slow, and
it is a bit slow.
Your bishop usually belongs on that other diagonal on d3.
Yes, usually the bishop is well placed on d3, so to be honest, I'm not quite sure what he's up to. What is black up to, on the other hand?
Well, he wants to try and play this c5 break. I mean, that's natural.
At some point c5, maybe even already in the next move.
Black's put all his pieces on the ideal squares in this structure, and he's just waiting to push and gain some space. And I feel that black's in these structures of the Queen's Gambit declined, and usually, black is a little bit cramped for a little while, but then if he gets in the c5 move, and he suddenly has a lot of activity, and once Sam gets open, then he's
doing okay.
Yeah.
So it seems that black's doing fine here.
I'm not sure what white's plan is, so
yes, I'm not sure either. So let's go back to the other game. Some action has happened there, and actually, just as I predicted, can praise myself a little bit here. Knight gf6 and now knight g3. She played this move to conserve her pieces and not exchange anything. And here black is having different options. Sometimes plays b6, plays the bishop back to b7. I've never quite gotten this move, bishop takes f3. You use 1, 2, 3 moves to exchange the knight on f3, just to solve this problem with the light square bishops. But I feel like this can't be right. Just giving up the bishop pair like that, just giving white a little advantage, and this must be comfortable for white.
Yeah, but as I said, it is a problem piece, and I guess some people get more bothered by it than others, and he just, with the pawn on c4 and d4 coming, I guess he didn't want d5 to come and make that piece. But like you said, it's spent 3 moves, 2 moves
to
developing.
Exchange the bishop against the knight.
Right.
He got the typical move in here with c5, but just bishop e3. And white is slightly better, there's no doubt about that.
And as the position gets more open, the 2 bishops are going to be favourable in this position for sure.
Yes. Okay, so let's say, what would be a typical move here? Castle. And
where did the rooks go for white?
Yeah, I would place him on d1, e1 most likely. or on d1, c1.
But c1 may even be interesting because, you know, if the pawn on c5 gets traded, they might want to put a knight on c5 and you could push with b4, and suddenly the pawns behind the queen side might want to be supported by a rook.
Possibly.
But it's
I
not
never
clear.
quite know, but rook d1 looks good to me. First to oppose the queen here. Queen probably goes to c7, and well, rook probably goes to e1. And you know, I always like to have some ideas against the black king in some way or the other. And
how are you feeling about your knight on g3 now?
it's okay. I mean, sometimes there are even ideas to go something like knight h5.
Would you prefer it on g3 or f3 in this position? Because I mean, in f3 you've got knight e5 or knight g5 possibilities.
Yeah,
but
the knight will probably be better on f3. On the other hand, the queen is quite well placed on f3 as well, so I don't think it's that much of an issue. At some point, black might need to take on d4, because otherwise there are always these ideas with d5, and in fact, already here there could be this move. This is the only issue with d5. It allows black to play knight e5, so I'm not quite sure. You could think about something like that, but it looks a little bit awkward right now.
Bishop d6
exactly,
maybe.
bishop d6. So, but these are definitely ideas in the position. So right now we're having this position on the board, and Gareev is taking a little thing. Maybe he's going to play queen c7 first.
I mean, as black, just to simply castle, white's pieces are much more poised for an attack than black's are. So, I mean, like you saw in that line you were just saying with knight e5, white never wants to do that because the bishop on d3 is such a great attacking piece.
Yes.
And it is, I mean, he's castled now, but it is always a little bit concerning as black to play against a position like this where white's pieces are perfectly poised to attack. And yeah, I mean, I would definitely say I prefer white as well. I'm not sure what black wants to do to try and arrange the pieces. Like you said, maybe a trade on d4 at the right time. I want to put my knight on c5 or something, or e5, and put a rook on c8 or something. But I feel like white's play is easier and
yes, definitely
a lot more direct.
Okay, so let's say rook 81. Let's say queen c7. This just looks very natural. And now rook fe1 or bishop f4 maybe even an option. Is that doing anything? Maybe bishop f4 is not doing that much.
Queen b6 or...
Queen b6 or bishop d6
Yeah.
even. Yeah, queen b6. Now again, I always would like to try that, because if you take, then suddenly my knight on g3
yeah.
becomes
Now it's-
very annoying on f5. So this is my idea, and if you don't take, I maybe take myself on e6, also opening up the square on f5. But that being said, after indeed Yifan played rook fd1, not rook 81, and so she follows more like what you said, plays the rook on c1.
Yeah.
So that's also very possible, of course. Just depends on what you would like to do, more or less.
I think the play is so flexible for white in this position. I don't think there's a one plan. I think it's just your style and how you choose to play this position.
Mm-hmm.
But again, I think that it is quite awkward for black to maneuver his pieces, like you said, at d5 threats, and even more so now with the rook on d1, with that potential down that file. So queen c7 feels natural here, I guess.
Yeah,
Or even queen
the queen
b6.
always goes to c7 or to b6. Yeah, one way or the other, pretty much. Queen b6, we could say b3, possibly. I mean, I don't know if it's a threat to take him b2 anyway, but why
No,
not?
probably
Why not play b3? Doesn't hurt. And okay, black's also going to play the rooks in the center, some way. Rook fd8.
Is it in black's interest to trade pieces here, do you think, or not, because the white's got the bishop here? So I'm thinking something like taking on d4 and then bishop takes, then bishop c5 or something like that. You know, just try and get some space.
I think black would like to exchange would like to take the bishop pair away from white, but white is not gonna help out. Just play the bishop back to b2, and then like I said, sometimes these bishops are both pointing against the black king. So this is what I like about this kind of positions. There are always some tactical ideas against the black king.
This is where I was going to say I actually prefer the queen on c7. I was going to say after looking at that, because I haven't allowed b3 to provoke the bishop coming back to b2, and also in that line after bishop c5, and I can put the knight on e5 perhaps as well, is also annoying. Yeah, I mean, knight e5 is now a threat to swap a pair of bishops off. So
white has to deal with that. What is she going to do? Now I would like to play rook to e1, but I can't.
Yeah.
If it would be possible, but then white would have just lost the tempo there. So what are the other options? Queen e2. What do you want to say?
No, I was thinking after rook e1, bishop e4 is also might be annoying.
Yeah, now it just doesn't feel right to play the rook to d1 and play the rook back to e1. So it doesn't really.
But black might even be able to play e5 itself, like later, as opposed to just knight e5. Got to be careful. I mean, they've got enough.
Yeah, you got to be careful of giving
F5.
up the square on f5. So knight e5. How's white going to deal with it? Maybe just put the queen back to e2. However, I really like the queen on f3. So I'm thinking if there's any other option here than queen e2. What about knight h5? An idea? I'm not sure if I want to exchange something here. So she ignored it. She played rook ac1. Interesting.
I mean, she's probably got ideas of taking, and then maybe even playing like bishop b1, queen d3, and is that too slow? Maybe.
No, I don't think that this is really what white wants here. I think she has something different in mind, because here the queen is very well placed.
Yeah.
And this is not what white wants. But either she's having this
queen
idea of
f4
queen f4 idea, and maybe now bishop d6 c5.
Ah, okay.
This
I was thinking maybe knight e4, but
c5 looks like just winning a piece, and this is why Gareev didn't play knight to e5, because after queen f4,
c5.
After queen f4, this pin is very unpleasant for black, and black is in some kind of trouble here.
And knight fd7 is not going to help, because it leaves h7 weak in that position as well.
Right, so let's see what's happening in the game. Gareev played rook to d8. That makes sense. Now the bishop drops back to b1, and now it all makes much more sense with the rook on c1 instead of a1, protecting pawn on c4. And once again, I mentioned already, maybe at some point there are ideas. You can see the bishops are ready to.
But now this is the idea I was hoping to get in earlier, but without. Obviously, we trade on e5 first. I was saying queen d3 and then knight h5 and things like that starting to happen, and suddenly there's quite a lot of pressure on the king side.
Possibly, yes. So what can black do to maybe take the pressure off a little bit? In some cases, you can
G6.
Think about playing g6. Of course, it is weakening your position a little bit, but on the other hand, it might be just a necessity.
I want to play h4.
Yeah, h4 is very, very typical in this kind of position. h4, h5 to loosen up again the pawn structure in front of the black king. Yeah, it seems pleasant for white, definitely.
As I said, I feel like white's position is just easier to play.
Definitely.
Yeah.
With the bishops.
Oh, quickly run over to the Shankland game. We've actually got a result.
Oh, all right. Yeah, we had some, I think, technical problems here. So there were new moves for a long time, but now we have a result, and not too much happened there.
But this is a a somewhat surprising result considering of the balance of the scores. And the leader on 2 out of 2, perfect score, beating the 220-600s comfortably, has now drawn to the person on 0 out of 2. But obviously maybe the colours made a difference, like we were saying.
Yeah, I mean, based on the position, it was just this kind of opening where it's very balanced.
Solid
and what happened apparently is just that everything came off the board, and indeed bishop f1 was the idea to play the bishop to g2. Shankland went for c5, c takes d5, and now all these pawns were exchanged. It looks like white is having some pressure, but knight takes d5 is possible.
Oh wow, that's a good tactic with the intermezzo on e7.
Yes, black cannot take here really because of a check on e7, and he's just... What is going on actually? King f8, knight takes c2, rook takes c2, and bishop a3. And white is protecting everything and is up a clear piece. So bishop takes d5, and now the queens come off, and we see a completely symmetrical position. Everything is being exchanged, and this is why shortly after there was a draw agreed with bishop.
It's interesting that Sam offered a draw in this position. I mean, okay, it's obviously exceptionally level, and but you know, Sam obviously sees him as a point clear. He's probably thinking, well, you know, okay, even though he's supposedly stronger, I mean, he's respecting his opponent. His opponent played well, and his opponent's played well not the Gareev game was tricky from very on, but he was outplaying Yifan, as we saw, and he had a great position. So maybe it's a tactical early result, so he can have a bit of a break before the next rounds.
Well, I think here, if somebody is slightly more comfortable, it's white. So due to the nicely placed knight on b5, and Sam just realized that there's nothing in it for him.
There's no point wasting his energy trying to win this.
Exactly, so good decision to offer a draw. So let's go back to the game still going on.
But great position for Sam to be in after the first set of blitz games, rapid games, to be sole leader on 2.5, regardless of what's happening. I mean, absolutely exceptional start for Sam.
So the last couple of moves were, well, there weren't too many actually. So just a5 was played.
So these two are fighting now for the second place.
For now, yes.
For the second place.
And now h3. So a5, black would like to play on the dark squares, and he's expanding a little bit here on the queen side. And now Yifan just plays h3. Very calm move, not going for aggressive h4, which makes sense at the moment because black hasn't played g6 yet, so there isn't really anything to tackle that easily. So, what can black do next? I could imagine that one idea of a5 was to play bishop c5 and try to exchange this bishop. If black succeeds in exchanging this bishop, this is usually a constellation black would like to have with this knight. If everything, and here we go, bishop c5, if everything went perfectly, black would like to be left off with the knight against the bishop and then have and play on the dark squares. That's usually the dream for the Rubinstein player, more or less. Maybe exaggerate a little bit here. But of course, white doesn't have to help black achieve this goal, and exactly she plays the bishop back to c3. So I was thinking that one idea might have possibly been to play bishop b4 now. And further try to exchange the bishops. And exactly that's what's happening. So let's see how Yifan is going to deal with this threat of the bishops coming off the board.
So just a question, because we've got a question on Twitter which is relevant to this, but I was just wanting to check with you if the times were correct in this game. Look at the time difference. It's a 20-minute game and Yifan's got 15 minutes left, and Gareev's down to 6 minutes already. And we've got a question here which says, what do we think about that Gareev has spent more time than who on on an opening where Black's moves are quite mechanical, exactly what he's just said, but...
Yeah, I mean, on the other hand, Black also has to be careful, because there are always some kind of ideas against the king, and to be honest, we don't quite know if the times are correct. I would think so, but...
seems quite surprising, I would say.
Yes, the time difference is pretty huge.
Gareev's quite a fast player generally as well.
Okay.
So, I mean, I'd be surprised if... I mean, it's a significant time difference.
This is
it's
very
not even...
significant, yeah.
So...
Yeah, I wouldn't count on it 100%. Let's put it this way. Did we have any other tweets?
Just got a couple people saying that they weren't too impressed with the opening of the Fort Knox because it was quite dull.
Yeah, not the most exciting.
But
that's true.
Says how many people are at the games?
Well, right now we're not in the playing hall, so we cannot tell you that, unfortunately. But I think there's a good number.
Total amount of participants, do we know?
Oh, in the whole festival?
Yeah.
I think it's about 150, I would say, about between 100 and 150.
It's quite a big tournament, I mean, because the way the festival's being ran, it's not just one event, is it? So we've got the Grandmaster Challenge, we've got the FIDE Open, but then there's several rated sections in the 2000s, 1800s, 1600s, and then there was some chess camps as well. So they had a lot of junior events where the juniors were exceptionally lucky to have all of these guys there. They had Gareev, Yifan and Sam, and also Grandmaster Maurice Ashley was here, which is unfortunately he's gone now. He's actually, I think, at another junior tournament in Cincinnati, but Grandmaster Maurice Ashley was here for the first half of the tournament doing the kids camps, and he was the keynote speaker at the banquet, and obviously promoting his millionaire tournament in October in Vegas, which you're actually attending, I believe.
Yes, I signed up. I'm going to play for the first time.
Hoping to take on Wesley So for that for that 100,000.
Well, we'll see. I mean, there's huge competition, of course, Wesley So, Nakamura, etc.
Yeah.
But let's get back to the games, and Gareev succeeded in exchanging the dark squared bishops. I was just looking at this position. I was just thinking about some crazy stuff like rook takes d7, but...
hoping for something on f6.
Yeah, if black takes with the queen over the rook, then you could take on f6 and claim you have some kind of attack. However,
knight takes might just ruin all your fun there.
Might ruin it, but what about, go a little bit crazy
he's
here.
Going all for it now.
Moves are being played and it's auto updating, but just to show, there's this idea of the double bishop sacrifice here, first introduced by Lasker, and you know what, why not go for it? But one issue might be possibly that there's not more than a perpetual here, even though it's very beautiful, no doubt. It might be there's not more in here for white, because he cannot swing his rook over. If the rook was in d1, could play rook d4, it would be all over. But the rook is on c1, and just takes too long to get the rook into play. And I'm just thinking if there's anything I can do with the knight, but doesn't seem to be the case. So all white can do is give the perpetual here.
But it must be quite nice in those situations where you do have these potential sacrifices.
Oh yeah,
and if you've minimum got a draw, then you should feel comfortable, because black is the one that has to play accurately in those positions. So it definitely, if you can see a minimum of a draw and you can afford to draw in these positions, it's often quite a good idea.
That's usually a good advice. If you see a promising sacrifice and you're not quite sure because there's a lot to calculate, then it's always a good idea to search for a perpetual, at least because then you're safe. At least you have a draw. And
if all else fails,
exactly, you can take the draw. So what happened in the game was that the dark square bishops are exchanged. And in fact, I believe black is doing absolutely all right now, because this is what I was talking about. The bishop pair is exchanged, and there's no attack against the white king anymore. Rooks are coming off the board, and I think black is doing alright. You can see black would like to play a little bit against this bishop on b1 on the dark squares. So Yifan declines the second rook exchange, plays the rook to c1. I think that's a good choice. And it appears to me she would like to push with b4. But to be clear here, I don't think white is having any advantage anymore at this point.
This is where I was. This is the sort of position I was asking you about when I was saying that knight on g3. It still hasn't moved. It still doesn't feel like it's contributed much to the game at all. And it's been sitting there since move 8, and hasn't. Yeah, queen f4 is what I was going to predict. I mean, this is. I don't know. I feel like that.
It looks uncomfortable. Very uncomfortable actually. It's now queen f4. Black is ready to bring his rook into action.
I mean, knight takes b3 might be even a threat here.
Knight takes b3 is a threat. Possibly. There might be still knight e2 going on, but there are ideas like that. So...
Knight takes b3, knight e2, queen d... No,
well, first, it's white to move anyway, but what is white going to do? Let's say b4, it looks shaky. Looks sketchy. Take, and now some kind of move. Knight a4, knight b3, rook d2 even, rook d2. What about that? Threatening on f2.
Yeah, main 2.
Rook f1. Yeah.
Maybe there isn't anything.
The knight doesn't have a good square. That's the only problem. So if we go something like knight b3, so now we want to check knight e2 if that's possible, right?
So yeah, I think I mentioned about queen e2, but I don't know. We can't.
I mean, in the worst case, we can play a move like queen d2. Yeah. And here.
Rook d2 still annoying.
Rook d2 still annoying. Okay, maybe we should have taken on a5 and b4 first. Excuse me. Because here, yeah, I mean, it looks very good for black, but still, what it's protecting everything.
Okay, but maybe you've got knight h5. Knight g3 doesn't work, so queen's on it. But you know, I was hoping knight h5 to g3 maybe, but.
But for example, you could take first and then do the same thing.
Okay, then it's a little bit better version of it.
Unless
has he got anything else better than?
I don't know. It doesn't look to be that much, but...
Oh, hang on. Does he have queen takes c1? That doesn't work. After knight e2, it doesn't quite work.
No, it doesn't work. B4 is played, so it might heat up a little bit. A move we haven't considered yet is the move knight to a4. Because the queen needs to keep protecting the rook on c1. So where's the queen gonna go?
But after queen c2, is it not a bit annoying that knight on
But now the rook is coming.
Okay, and there's no h7.
No, this
rook
is
d1.
This time rook d1 doesn't work. We saw that previously in the game, but here black is just checkmating. So the queen might actually need to go back to e1. And no, knight a4 wasn't played. Knight b3 was played, but interestingly, Yifan didn't go for knight e2. I wonder why.
So what have we missed for black here?
Maybe she didn't like queen d2 too much. Is there anything else
I feel like
black can do?
We've missed something here. It just feels...
But what? Well, you could also now take on b4 if you want to. No, queen takes b3. No, that's not working. So I just want to find this out. Knight e2.
Maybe Sam can help us out here.
We are joined once again by Sam Shankland, who is always done early, pretty much.
Well, I played a very interesting game today. So.
Oh yeah, it was very exciting.
We're just trying to work out the tactics in this game. Maybe you can help us out as well. We just had a look and we wondered why.
Okay, let's make sure you're also in the picture.
Oops.
Sorry. Yeah.
Yifan didn't play knight e2 here, and we were.
There you go.
What did she play?
She played
She played rook e1.
She played
We're thinking.
rook e1, but we were wondering about knight e2.
We're thinking queen
Is anything
d2
better
now.
than queen d2?
But maybe white can just take on b3 and even take on a5. And rook d2, rook f1. And it seems that white is doing pretty alright.
Yeah. I don't know. I left to go get some food after they started repeating, and I thought it would be a draw, but I guess who wanted more?
Oh, they start repeating? Oh yeah, bishop c3, bishop b4.
But knight b3 looks very strange to me. I would think you should at the very least capture b4 first. But
Well,
Yeah,
his
that's what
idea
we're
was
saying.
apparently to secure the knight
it
with
looks incredibly flimsy.
okay, with a4. But yeah.
On that side, it's not so easy to refute.
On the other hand, black's also now maybe ready to bring the rook to d2,
Yeah.
and he's very active. So it seems to be quite an
Okay, but why can
unbalanced
this
game.
knight e4, for example? You take it, I take with the bishop, and
okay.
rook d2. I don't know.
Bishop.
queen-
Bishop f3,
Bishop
knight d4,
I was thinking queen e3 or queen g3, but doesn't
knight
matter.
e2 was played.
Okay, so that is
Move late,
that's
but-
quite a nice move because she wants to make queen d2 with an exchange and knight c3.
Ah, she wants to
Just pick up the pawn on a4.
pick up the pawn on a4. So if queen d2 is played now,
I assume that's her idea, but it looks pretty good.
But does Gareev have to play queen d2 in this position? I mean, now
No.
the knight's not
No,
count.
but then
knight's not hit.
so
the
but we
queen
will
doesn't
we'll
have
look
great
at this
score.
real quick. So
Knight
if knight
takes?
takes d2, you can probably
Well, knight
play-
takes c4 is threatened, so.
yeah. So you can play bishop a2 or c5.
Rook d3, maybe?
Ah, rook d3 is a possibility then. So yeah,
Timur
instead
retreated. And now,
of queen d2,
after bishop c2, I think black's in big trouble.
Is that just a pawn?
It looks that way. I don't see it.
and a knight also on e2 is also take control of the d4 square.
Maybe
so
knight
black
d5 or something there.
No, I can take it. The queen is not hanging.
queen is
Oh, the queen's not
protected.
hanging, is it?
I quite like whose position. I think she's outplayed him.
Yeah.
Oh, she has played bishop c2 as well.
Mm-hmm.
And
Are the times
better.
correct? The times look like they might be correct.
Yeah. Did you have a look at the time? No. Probably they're correct. Yeah. So what can black do to not lose a pawn?
Nothing.
We had a question for you on Twitter actually, which
Yeah.
we didn't ask you earlier. It was when you playing Gareev, and we mentioned that you guys have got to go head to head in about a week time. Well, we don't know when, but
Yeah.
at the US Chess Championships. And I think someone was asking. Let's check the tweet. Someone said, "Is it beneficial to play Gareev so soon before you meet in the US Chess
I
Championships?"
don't think it matters much. I mean, the people like to read into all sorts of stuff, but at the end, chess pieces move the same way, and these are playing rapid games where I'm guessing we'll never get the same openings in
Right.
any of our 4 games here or in St. Louis. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I'm just take it one tournament at a time, and
And have you played him much before?
yeah, I played him a bunch of times. He completely crushed me twice when I was a kid, but then after that, I've never really had any problems with him. So.
All right.
Um,
Just a few words about your game. Was there anything?
Of
I
note
don't
at
really
all?
think so. I mean, it's very. He played very solidly, and
Uh-huh.
if I wait long enough, I'll be worse after bishop g2 and someday e4 and
Right.
some kind of thing. So, but the problem is if I play c5, it pretty much liquidates everything. After
Right.
c5, cd, I could try knight takes d5, and then knight, and it's much more imbalanced. Takes instead of
No,
c
so-
takes
Oh,
d4.
sorry.
yeah.
And
Immediate knight takes d5.
But
Okay.
after knight takes d5, I must play bishop d5 because e d5 looks very suspect. And after bishop d5, e4, bishop b7, d5.
yeah, he's just.
I'm not sure black's really... Well, it's more dynamic, but I didn't have that much faith in black's position here.
So
I thought I
take-
would rather be white.
a knight of6.
Maybe this is just good, but I was bishop h3 or bishop e5 or something.
Yeah,
I
it
thought
looks.
It looked sketchy. I mean,
Looks
maybe it's
sketchy.
fine, but I mean, if I was in last place, I probably would go
Right.
for this, but I
Right.
saw no need. I mean, so, and the way it went, I think black has no problems at all, and yeah, okay,
Just-
I'm a higher rated player, but he plays wide, he plays solid, doesn't make mistakes.
Yeah, and you're-
That's what we said. You on
You
2 out
can't.
of 2. You've got clear first. You've got a nice break now as well.
Yeah, I got to go eat. If, let's just say if I end up winning every white game and drawing every black game, I'll be a very happy guy.
Right.
So,
Alright, so knight d2 was played, now c5.
and that's
Was there anything wrong with rook d1 here?
94 then?
94 would be coming, I see, yeah. 94 is still coming.
It doesn't help so much after queen e3. I'm curious what Timur has in mind.
Queen e3 is your suggestion. Yeah, the knights look...
Really cool. Wow.
Incredibly stupid.
Yeah. Wow,
Oh, this was
F5.
played? This was played?
Wow.
Okay. Yeah, just take on a4.
So just take on
Free pawn?
a4.
Yeah, well, it's more than a pawn. I want bishop b3, honestly.
I guess he's
doing
going to
stuff.
go F4.
Does that trap the queen?
Looks quite...
No, f4
No,
just hangs.
it's fine.
F4 hangs.
Yeah,
F4
okay.
just hangs. No,
It's almost...
Yeah, if we're
No, I
just
think
saying.
Made you
think-
panic for a second.
I think Timur did worse, so I expect Yifan to put this away.
Yeah.
Is there anything
Are there
there?
any tactics like knight c4,
No.
queen b3 doesn't do anything? Knight, I mean, just.
I could even put queen f4, I think. Like that.
Oh, she took on e4. She didn't take the pawn.
The point is f3, and he cannot play. So if she screwed up the pawns badly, because if knight takes e4, f3.
So she couldn't take. He couldn't take back with the
Use f3.
knight because of f3, and if the knight moves, then the pawn on e6 is hanging with check, and then pawn on f5. And it's
Yeah.
all going
So he had to
downhill.
take the pawn, and now after knight d4, it might be lights out. I'm not sure. Maybe queen d7, you're still alive. But queen.
Knight d4. Now attacking a pawn on e6, attacking the
Okay,
knight
queen
on
e5, you're still alive, I think.
knight on d2, but black can hold on with queen e5.
But knight d4
Knight-
is not forced.
So maybe I can now try to play the knight to
No, this
d6.
doesn't work. Rook d3, take rook e5, knight f3, winning. Oh no, you have knight c3 at the end.
You said what?
Rook d3 takes, but it doesn't work because knight f3 and then there's knight c3 at the end.
Yeah, white can always stop the pawn with knight c3.
Yes.
So maybe knight b5 with the idea to bring the knight to d6, and if knight c4, the pawn on e4 is hanging.
Yeah, it's much better for white.
However, just when I'm saying that, I see that here black is having a little trick with knight d2 and a perpetual check.
Does it
On-
work? Yes,
Maybe
it
there's
does.
knight c3 still.
Nah, it
but-
doesn't work. Just rook a1 doesn't change anything.
Yeah, it doesn't change anything. So this game is still continuing. It's not over yet.
Oh.
We
Was knight d4 played or not?
No, the current position on the board is this. Yifan is having a think right now, probably thinking about knight d4, among other moves.
She seemed to have Timur's caught up with the time as well, because earlier it was like a 9-minute difference between in the clocks.
Yeah.
And now it's just a minute and a half.
But knight d4 really...
I don't want to allow rook d3, but
Yeah, so knight f4 would be maybe another option. But it's probably also answered by queen e5. And now... She played knight g3, alright. So she's saying, okay, you can play rook d3, I don't mind.
I guess after queen e2, there's not such a great follow-up.
Yeah, the queen just drops back to e2, and now white is ready to take on e4. On the other hand, this pawn a3 might also be hanging, so...
Can she get queen g? Oh, she can.
Was
queen
actually played. And now... So is that an idea to take... Oh,
No, she
excuse
can't.
me.
It drops the
the
queen
drops
f4
the-
maybe. But
Queen f4 is a good move.
Queen f4
and
was
it was
played.
played.
Okay.
I think black will hold now. It's gonna... Knight e4 looks like it ends with rook n3 against rook n2 at the very end.
So we're looking at this now. Now rook a3, rook e6.
Yeah, and rook b.
Well, rook
No,
b6 is coming.
rook
be
b6.
careful. But I can
But
check
can you
on
go-
a1. Check on a1 and a3. And are you?
I-
Oh, you are fast enough for rook b6.
Because
What do you mean?
Oh, no, you're not.
No,
Rook
we're
B6,
not
A2
fast
check,
enough
no.
here.
So
So
you can play rook e8 check and rook b8. That's very nice.
alright. Oh, and
B8
then take on
winning.
b7 with check.
And
white-
then
And
go
white is
rook
up.
A7. And the c6 pawn's fast.
Yeah, what is up? At
2
least.
pawns. It'll be 2 pawns up, which should be enough. But I mean,
Okay, so the current position on the board is queen to f4, and now
There's got to be a lot of calculation here to
yeah,
for the
knight takes
liquidation.
e4 must be a critical move. What else can he do?
rook takes h3 would be ridiculous, but maybe possible. It doesn't work. Never mind.
Rook takes
It
h3.
doesn't work. It doesn't
That's
work.
pretty
Okay.
crazy.
There's 6 ways to
Queen
win.
takes d2. Or,
But
yeah. So knight takes e4. Also, we have to know queen takes d3 doesn't work because queen takes f2 followed by queen takes e1. So queen takes, rook a3. Is there anything better? Maybe king f7.
then rook e3.
Rook e3 just securing the extra pawn.
It might not be that easy to win. Rook b3.
Still, obviously, white is having
But is the
great chances here.
is the rook a3 line just losing for?
As far as I can tell, yeah.
The rook
so
a3 line, rook
rook
e6.
e6. And okay, so
Oh, we can play
can
rook
you play
b3.
rook b? That's what I was going to say first, and then rook
Okay, no.
b6, and then you go a3. So
But instead of rook b6, maybe I can try rook e8 and rook.
check and behind the king pawn.
Yes, because rook b4 is met with c6.
Okay.
So instead of rook b6,
So
because of the rook b6 a3,
and it's
now,
awkward now. You can't get back to the
oh,
pawn.
rook d1 was played.
Ah,
Okay, she's
okay.
not going for the endgame. Maybe, she didn't like something. So rook d1.
I very much want e3 to work, but I don't think it does.
e3.
Wow.
Well, maybe it does actually. I mean, you're not going to win, but it might draw.
So
So if it takes on d3, which
No, it
you
doesn't
take
work.
taking,
Queen and then king h2 is winning.
and then what is the follow up? Nothing.
So knight f3,
Knight
king
f3?
h1, queen g3, and I think I'll be
okay.
able to check and pick up this knight. Maybe actually, I'm not sure.
So yeah, this is
Fun stuff.
Wow.
fun stuff. Queen e8, king h6.
Queen
Yeah,
e6.
six.
Queen e6 though, and h3 is defended there.
And now queen e3 and we resign.
Queen e3.
Queen e3. Ah, queen e3. You got it.
This is very
Okay,
hard to
this is
calculate.
just random line we're
Yeah,
looking
well,
at.
they have 2 minutes each. I mean,
Then
some
that's
weird
cool.
stuff is going to start happening soon.
Yes. What is White's next move? Is she
Knight
threatening
takes
to take on
e4.
e4? She's threatening to take on e4 if black is not doing anything.
A rook d5.
Rook d5 would defend against this threat. And well,
Now we're threatening e3.
yeah, now what? I mean, what?
Oh, black might be okay.
Black might be okay indeed. Yifan has to play rook e1 back.
So why do you think Yifan chose not to go into that rook and pawn ending?
I don't know. I mean, it's tough to calculate. She's got 2 minutes. She just has to. I mean, she probably just judged it to be a draw, and we were calculating for more time than she had while moving pieces around. We still don't
Yeah.
know if it wins or not. So,
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think you can criticize her for not doing that.
Oh, it's played on the board.
Yeah, rook d5 was played. Good move. And it seems to me that White is...
This looks exciting. We can go up and watch it live. You guys
Okay.
can have some fun.
All right.
Thank you, Sam.
Thanks.
So, wow, with 2 minutes left on the clock, as we've seen, it's a pretty exciting position, and almost anything can happen.
Yeah.
And we've seen some crazy lines that Sam and we were just analysing, obviously. I mean, who knows? It might happen on the board, but, I mean, we cannot predict what's going to happen in this game with 2 minutes on the clock, can we?
I'm really not sure how White is going to make any progress here. And she has played king h1 to get out of these e3 ideas that Sam mentioned, just to illustrate it real quick. If White plays... I don't know what White plays. Let's just play any move. b3, of course, b5 is not a good move, but e3, the idea is that after queen takes e3, now there's this idea, knight f3 check, and then the rook on d1 is hanging. I hope you could see, you were able to see that. So king h1, h6, played.
Do you want to remove the auto update or no? Yeah, remove the auto update.
Yeah. And
H6 though. Wow.
yeah, also just a useful move. But both sides, it seems both sides are kind of waiting here. What the other side is.
But also in those lines that we looked at, maybe he's seen the idea with the e3 and the queen gets some play down, and you know they've got some plays, and maybe he wants to hide out on h7.
Yeah, definitely
a little
h6
bit.
is a very useful move.
He's gone.
So
rook
now
she
played rook e1 again.
Yeah, rook e1 and then rook d3.
Rook d3. And now if knight takes e4, how is it different? How is it the same?
Rook
it's
h,
very
no, rook h3.
very similar. But she doesn't play that. She plays b5, and it's really heating up here. It's really heating up. Why not take on e4? It's probably the same end game. Yeah, it's more or less the same end game.
Pretty much
with
the
the
same.
king a little bit.
A little bit further away.
Yeah, a
and
little bit further away. So
I guess h6 is more useful than
king
h1
h1
and
definitely. So now
he just takes the pawn on
he
a3.
takes,
Just
of course. And this is going to be really exciting, guys. I can tell you that much. White is having a pass pawn here, or can create a pass pawn, but and it happened. Rook c3 back, but black is also having a pass pawn.
this is
and black
close.
is up a
But
pawn.
but black's a pawn looks faster and stronger than that pawn on c6 right
Yeah,
now.
because the black pieces are, it seems they're more actively placed, especially this knight on d2 is just causing white a headache. Rook d1, e3 played.
finally came. We've been wanting to play that
wow.
move for a long time now.
But can white just take, but
And
not queen
g3
takes?
knight just drops.
And
Bit
then
of a
the
D2.
c6 drops, and black is left with an extra pawn, extra pass pawn, I should say. So what can white do? Is white in trouble here? Is Yifan on the verge of losing a second game?
What if she was wanting to take on e6? So again, this is where the h6 move is really useful, because I was waiting for the e pawn to move and then take on e6 with some maybe
but
knight h5. Is that possible? No, because queen takes
queen
f2.
takes f2. It's just coming, and no.
And
This
you
is
can't play rook takes d2.
Rook takes d2, but in the worst case, I can just take back.
And then promote again.
Yes.
But then I was hoping for some queen takes e6 as well, but there's nothing, I don't think, as well.
Okay, so she took on e3. Gareev took on g3. Now she has to take the knight on d2 with the queen.
Maybe with the
Or
maybe
with
with
the
the rook, because it'll get a little bit more active. And
No, she took with the queen.
okay, so this
So rook c6 is going to happen.
yeah.
And now it looks like black is doing very well here.
I definitely favour black here. That a pawn is. Can she pick that up at all? Can she?
Queen d3. All right.
I guess just preventing a3, and maybe she's gonna go.
Again, with about 20 seconds each on the clock, everything
Incredible. This is
can happen right
anything
here.
can happen.
But of course, black is better. There's no question. I would just centralize my queen here, queen e5. Now he went queen c7. Now he's pushing the pawn.
We also have to bear in mind that Yifan's actually like a 2700 blitz player as well, so she's very, very strong at blitz. And so, this is not blitz now, but the blitz is coming up next.
is,
So
yes.
but this bit is essentially blitz.
Yes, it is.
And time's ticking down, and oh god, okay, so actually maybe there's some sort of perpetual possibilities.
Possibly. So
So-
king h7.
King h7, queen e4 check,
has to go
g6.
g6, but at least now you're
And then
weakening
can
your...
she trade and go queen b7? Or
Well, I'm taking with check. That's the thing.
okay.
But here,
So
okay,
king
he played king f7.
So
now
queen
queen
f3.
f3. But the king maybe finds the safe spot for now on e7, and the pawn is on a3 already. So
the problem is that as well, like you said, the queen would check, and the queen on c1 defends a3, and it's
I think it's just over. The rooks come off.
This
the
has been
pawn is on
played.
a3, And I don't
you
think
can't
you'll
play king h2 now to wait either. This
No.
is
I don't think you will be able to create a perpetual.
maybe e4 she's gonna play, but then queen c2 and
So she took on c1, queen takes, king h2, queen c7 check, king g1. Just repeat moves, get more
gain
time
some more
on the
time.
clock.
He's got a minute to think now. This is
Yeah, that's a good amount of time. And
okay,
well,
but the
why
king's
not play a2?
The king's completely safe on e7.
Yes.
He's got absolutely
And
no.
she played
And this is probably all over.
This is it.
That's it. Queen b2 and
The
it's got
second-
no checks.
No checks.
Queen b2 and
This
it's
is
all
it.
over. Oh no! It's not even played. It's played queen c3 already.
Yeah, this
Oh,
is the
okay.
position on the board. And
Okay, it's game over.
Yifan will resign the second time. She's
With a
losing
with a
due
queen
to,
and pawn.
Yeah, due to a pass pawn advancing.
Wow.
So great result for Timur, definitely. It was a very sharp game, and we think
It was a sharp game coming from a Fort Knox.
Yeah.
Supposedly one of the most boring openings around, and look what happened. Look how
really,
it turned
I
out.
didn't know that. But yeah, Yifan was clearly better according to Sam Shankland, and also we thought so similarly.
But it was a very
she lost
difficult
control.
position.
She lost control, and it seems that here she could have gone. Let's go back here.
The ending you're talking about? Liquidation?
Yes, she could have gone for the end game at this point, and she will definitely not lose that. There's no question about that. If she will win it, it's a different question, but we're looking at that. So here, rook e8 check, king f7, rook b8,
Yeah.
rook takes
Well, it's in
b4
c6.
is running into c6.
So she'd have to play a3 perhaps. Would she not? Instead of rook takes b4.
Okay, even here you could consider rook c4, and you'll probably end up with an endgame 3
Rook
against
b2.
2.
Yeah.
In one way or the other.
And okay, she's
And this is, objectively speaking, a draw. But like I said before, at least she doesn't take any risk here, and she can try. And in the game, it was a complex position, and then she kind of,
she obviously wanted to win though, because she could have gone for that rook and pawn ending with, like you said, barely any risk, but she went all out and she wanted to keep the pieces on, keep it complicated. But you know, she's the one that's under pressure in this position, right? Black's pieces are all over white's pieces here, and this e3 threat and the knight on d2, like you said, it's been a thorn. This odd knight b3 maneuver that we actually somewhat criticised in a way. Sam didn't like it at all. He called it flaky. Do you remember? He said this knight b3, didn't like it at all, and actually that knight is probably what won him the game. So
yeah, knight on d2, you don't really know what to think of it. On the one hand, it's kind of a target, but on the other hand, it's also really limiting white's choices. So yeah, surprisingly, I have to say, black's active, but on the other hand, his pawn structure is destroyed, and yeah, it seemed Yifan missed some chances here.
Definitely. Doesn't seem like she's playing as at her top level at the moment. Obviously, we know
with two losses.
Yeah, exactly, and the one win wasn't too convincing either.
No.
So we're gonna hope. Like we said, she's like 2,700 at Blitz, so we're gonna hope that we're gonna see her best play come out in the Blitz games in order to try and bounce back. But
yeah, so in 15 minutes, the Blitz games are going to start. They're going to play 3 Blitz games, one against each other. So everybody will play against everybody. So three rounds to go, and
there'll be a lot more fast-paced.
Oh yeah, that means we will have to talk
crazy
fast
tactics on the board, hopefully, and some exciting chess.
Yeah, I always like to say, the less time you take, the more mistakes you have, and possibly also the more excitement. But yeah, we'll be back shortly. So at what is it?
In about 15 minutes.
15 minutes exactly. That's 11:45 European time, and let me think, 6:45 Eastern Daylight Time.
And
I
all
hope
the
I
rest
got
of the
that
time
right.
zones, you're going to tell.
Yeah, we can also do British and Hawaiian. It's 12:45 in case you're watching on
British
Hawaiian.
is 10:45.
Got that correct. All right, I think we got everything covered, so we'll be right back. See
In
you
about
then.
15 minutes. See you.
In about 15 minutes, exactly. All right.
This is brilliant.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Blitz games of the Hawaii Grandmaster Challenge. The Blitz games have just started, and what we see here on the board, what in the world is this?
No doubt you can guess who's playing on the white side of this position.
Yeah, it's not too difficult to guess. You can also see down here, it's Timur Gareev playing against Sam Shankland, and he has played 2G4. I don't think I've ever seen it in my life.
Now, I have seen it in my life.
You have?
Very recently, in fact.
Oh, really?
Now, I've seen it from a British Grandmaster, also known as the Ginger GM. He is Simon Williams from England.
Okay.
And he is also known for his erratic openings. He's franchised himself as the Ginger GM because of the colour of his hair.
Yeah, makes sense.
And he played this recently in the British Chess League, and it was quite amusing, somewhat. So
I guess you gotta take this pawn, right?
I believe it was actually against my team. I think it was I played for Cambridge University in the British League, and we were playing against Simon's team, which was Cheddleton, and he played 2G4 and crushed him quite quickly and convincingly, I think. So, but Simon's used to doing this. He plays this sort of thing all the time. He plays G4, H4, moves 2 and 3.
Yeah, I know. He also recorded a DVD about the King's Gambit.
Yes, he has.
In fact.
And the Dutch, and he's done various.
But I think G4, 2G4 here is even more unserious than the King's Gambit, most likely. So, if black takes, probably White's intention is to go E4.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, we're still waiting on some moves here. I'm sure a couple of more moves have been played, but the other game has also started, but we only have the first move so far. They're playing blitz games, 5 minutes and 2 seconds increment. Quite an interesting time mode, actually. I don't know if I've ever heard of that.
6 minutes with 2 seconds increment?
No, 5 minutes with 2 seconds increment, yeah.
Usually it's 5 and 3 seconds increment.
Yes?
Is sort of normal, but no, I wasn't aware of this time control either.
Yeah, well, I know 5 minutes without increment is like the standard blitz time, right?
Yeah.
And then I thought the other one, which is becoming more and more popular, is 3 minutes and 2 seconds increment.
So they've somewhat combined the two together.
And make it a little longer, which
Yeah.
makes sense, because 3 minutes is really not a lot of time.
We should probably take a look at what's going on with the transmission of the moves and come back when we've sorted
unfortunately right now we cannot talk about much. I mean, we could elaborate on 2G4, but
it's interesting because we've seen this sort of idea does happen in for example, if you know the Moran variation of the semi-Slav.
G4
and
is becoming
G4.
popular in all kinds
And
of
actually, I think the
positions.
guy who made it trendy is actually at this tournament. I believe it was Shabalov who.
Really?
Yeah, he was one that made that trendy. In fact, for a while, the G4, is it 9G4 in that line, was actually coined the Shabalov attack for a while.
Oh, it was called that way?
Yeah,
didn't
so
know
I
that.
mean, we can get him on the show later, and maybe ask him about it. But I believe that it actually was, and that was due to him playing it at the top level.
Yeah, I mean, I know G4 in all kinds of openings. I mean, whether you take Dwyer Lopez or
It's got the scare tactic, isn't it? So it's definitely.
It's interesting.
Yeah.
I like this move.
So we probably should take a look at the connection issues. Come back once we've resolved them, and we will be back shortly.
Sorry about that. But I hope we will be back shortly with some moves on the board.
But
All right, everybody. Sabrina is just joining us again. Unfortunately, we just got in the moves, so we heard it was one of the most epic blitz matches ever.
I
So
was told.
as long as we can, we'll just take a look. Probably was this one Kojima
No, it was
against.
the other one.
It was the other one.
Yeah.
I mean, this looks like an epic finish at least. Look at that. Queen takes d2, f2 check, bishop g2, and f1 queen checkmate.
Look.
But you said this one was totally epic.
Apparently.
95 moves. Oh my goodness.
According to Sam, he said that he was completely winning and completely losing and doesn't know how he didn't lose, and so
Right.
apparently it was crazy.
So let's just zip through it and show it to the audience. So right here, white sacrificed a pawn in the opening for an initiative. Actually, it was the crazy opening, just to mention it again, with g4. And well, now we have the next games, unfortunately. So can I still go back to the last one? I don't think so. So let's hope that this time
I think
the
they'll
game should
start in a couple of minutes. So
start in a couple of minutes. So really sorry that we're not able to commentate on the last blitz games, but you can find them online when you're watching on Chess24 right now. You can just go back one round and you can click through the games yourself and see if it was really that epic, like you just said.
But we have managed to
According to
sort
Sam.
out our technical problems now, so we should be back online for the second blitz round without any problems. So
Right.
hopefully you'll come back and join us in a couple of minutes.
All right. See you guys. All right, and here we are again, back in the action, and this time the moves should be coming smoothly. And yeah, there they are. And let's see which creative opening Timur Gareev puts up this time. Actually, it looks like more Kojima is putting up some creativity here. No. Knight c6. Let's be
going
clear
for
here.
the-
It's Timur
It's Timur.
who's playing the
Sort of a chigrin, a version of a chigrin.
kind of, yeah.
But it's a...
So moves are coming pretty quickly, so we don't have that much time to go into a lot of detail. Black swapped off the bishop on g3. On the other hand, he has weakened himself a little bit by advancing these pawns. This is very typical though. It is chasing the bishop and to finally exchange it against the bishop on g3.
So Timur's obviously gone for a non-standard sort of approach.
That's what he likes to do.
He's got a solid London system set up. White has, so therefore he's going for something a bit more active and just
What
going
is
straight for
e5? What's going on
another
here?
pawn sacrifice immediately. I mean, I guess so. When knight takes, and I mean, I guess bishop g7 is coming, and
But I could just stabilize with f4. Doesn't look to me that he's going to win this pawn back anytime soon. I mean, I'm very surprised by his choice to just sacrifice a pawn like that. So let's say what
I guess f4 feels a little bit ropey because queen b6 hits b2 and e3, and so maybe he's going for some complications like this. I mean, I guess after
Possibly.
the match they had in the rapid game, maybe Shinya's a little bit dubious about any of Gareev's sacrifices and things like that. So
maybe White could think about playing the queen to d4 to exactly prevent this idea of queen b6, which is indeed quite annoying. And let's say if now bishop g7, then knight c3, and White is doing alright. But instead he played c3, and now he could still think about f4, because after queen b6, it's correct, both pawns are attacked, but you can protect them both with moves like queen d2. But yes, I agree, black is having some compensation. Let's go quickly to the other game, which is Yifan against
b3 she played.
Oh, first, well, everybody's trying something,
Yeah.
something a little bit off.
I don't know.
topic.
B3 is becoming quite popular these days around some of the top players. I've seen
Well, Nakamura, Jobava, you know, these
Yeah,
players, they
these
like to
guys
play
have-
that kind of stuff.
Exactly. So.
And I understand that, because if you play blitz and rapid chess, especially on high level, you don't want to go into a topical lines, because you don't want to reveal any of your preparations.
Right.
So it makes a lot of sense. So usually what they do in these rapid and blitz games, they just play anything just to get a game. And here, but it seems to me that Sam Shankland has a very comfortable position. Everything looks pretty harmonious.
Piece is on almost perfect squares already, so he looks quite comfortable. I mean, white feels like it feels like white's playing black and black's playing white in this position almost.
Yeah, it looks like white didn't, well, obviously with first move b3 already made it clear kind of that Yifan is not looking for a big opening advantage, so just trying to get a game. So 92 played. And what is the general plan here for both sides, more or less? Not so easy to make progress, because both sides are kind of waiting, bishop h7 back.
Right, because I mean, black's put all his pieces on good squares already, so it feels like, where does he go now? I mean, how does he make progress? So
yeah, it might be an option at some point to advance with c5. Of course, you would like to prepare that first, but it might be an option to become active in the center. So, in fact, white has become active now in the center with e4, and this is probably the typical plan for white. So e4, d takes e4, I would assume d takes e4, and now maybe f4, e5 is an idea. On the other hand, you have to be very careful with these moves. f4 is also opening up the diagonal. The king is weakening some squares, so you always have to be careful about playing these moves.
and e5 can never be played yet with the bishop on h7. We have to don't forget that guy's still hanging back there.
That's absolutely correct.
Which you can easily overlook in a blitz game.
This looks interesting. Okay, and we just got a little information. We're happy that after the blitz games conclude, so there's this one and then the next game that will be joined for a little interview, maybe talk about them games with the woman world champion Yifan, who's playing with the white pieces right now.
Let's take a quick look again at the Gareev game, because things have started heating up here.
So white didn't cling on to his pawn on e5. He just gave it up and completed his development. You can see castle at the queen side.
So it looks like a pretty dynamic position here, because black did commit his pawns on the king side, but yet they've both gone queen side now. So there is no opposite side castling battle. So it's probably less exciting than we were looking for, but okay, it's still quite a great position. Black's got great central control, and you know, the two bishops, it looks like it could be quite an exciting battle.
Yeah. And just a quick reminder again, we're waiting for your tweets. So tweet us on hashtag Hawaii Chess 2015. Hashtag Hawaii Chess 2015. You can ask us anything about the games, about ourselves, whatever you would like, or just make a comment about the action. Blitz chess is pretty exciting, and we're having a little, I would say, contest, because the best comment or question is receiving a prize. The Chess Informant 123 is a special Hawaiian version. So if you would like to get a chance, then please send us your tweets. Sorry, I didn't see that. Will get signed. Oh, even better, even better. It will get signed by Women World Champion Yifan. So send us your tweets. So let's see what is happening here. Rook d6. Okay, doubling on the d file possibly.
That rook looks a little bit loose there, like asking for something like e4 or something.
It asks for e4 indeed.
d4, it's looking a little bit crazy, this position, and then suddenly a2 is.
Okay, but we can always exchange these bishops, so that's not really an issue. So yeah, I mean, these things have to be calculated very carefully. Definitely. There are possibilities like that. Maybe you could even consider to take on d4, but then if everything comes off, now you don't want to do this. This
is not so fun for a blitz game.
So
is it?
let's not go into very detailed variations. Obviously, here with blitz, the moves are being played very fast. Knight g1. I think this knight is aiming to f5, or possibly, well, not necessarily h5, but it seems Kojima would like to do some maneuvering here. d4, Gareev is taking the opportunity.
He did see the mate threat, unfortunately, on na2. So.
Oh yeah, he saw the mate threat, so he exchanged the bishops here. Black was threatening checkmate. But Gareev sees the opportunity to play the center breakthrough of d4 while the knight is away on g1. So it's really heating up. Let's go back to the other game real quick.
I have to say I really like Black's position in that one, I think.
Oh yeah, we like Black's position definitely. And we like Black's position here as well. There's no doubt about that. White is just having a weakness on d3. And oh well, maybe
maybe it's liquidating now. It's
maybe it is the position is becoming simplified. Even rook takes e4
is possible because you got rook e8 after
rook e8, check king h7, and then take these off. But she takes with the pawn. It's also very reasonable because now she has repaired her pawn structure. Still, Black is better because he's controlling the only open file.
But with these major piece endings, I mean, it's going to be quite difficult for Black to convert this sort of position into a full
especially
point.
in a blitz game with under a minute to play. It's very difficult, so I would assume this will result in a draw.
As Black actually, as Sam actually said on the show himself, he said he'd be very happy to get a win with every white game and a draw with every black. So he's already hoping that he just has a nice half point here, I think, and then tries to win the next game.
Just to summarize the last round again, Sam drew with the white pieces,
he did,
with the black pieces. The black piece against Timur Gareev.
Again. So he's actually on par. He's actually drawn every black game. He's actually won every white game. So he's looking again to take a half point here, and then he plays the bottom seed with the white pieces and hoping to bring home the full point. Almost a perfect tournament for him so far is what he's hoping.
And
oh wow, what happened if we just review the last few moves just to see?
Oh, that's my computer slowing down a little bit. Just give me one moment. Okay, there we go. Yeah, so what happened here is that there was some tactic, and this tactic seems to be just winning for Black on the spot. Rook c1, queen b1, and now
he's already lost.
He resigned.
So flick back just to see what how that tactic occurred, because this is game over already and the game is actually finished.
Yes, so what happened here is simple tactic, more or less. Rook c6 was played, but now queen f5 just loses on the spot. It seems that white can still play queen d3.
Yeah, so he misread the back rank and how weak it was, and it was just a simple back rank threat.
Yeah, exactly. So that was an easy tactic. Unfortunate for Kojima to miss this one. Queen d3 seems to
just about hold, maybe.
Stay in the game, right? I mean, if white is able to play knight f3,
yeah.
Seems it's all right. I mean, if you can keep this pawn even, he's better. So
there's no back rank tactics by the looks of it in this position. So if you just control that back rank, you should be able to get back into the game.
Yeah, unfortunate loss for
that's a shame.
Kojima. The game's still going on as Yifan against Sam Shankland, and wow,
okay,
these rook and games
are very tricky, especially now. Yifan's got this passed H pawn, which looks really quite fast.
And Sam Shankland is running out of time. He's having not a lot of time left. Moves are probably being played very quickly now. So Oh,
And as we can
H7.
see, it's updated. This H7 with a little tactic that obviously...
Rook cannot take because rook
Yeah,
A7
with the
checks. So
skewer.
black has to play king F7. Wow. This is intense. But it seems to me... Yes,
Okay, so
this is
two
what I
versus
thought. This would be the position. And this is a theoretical draw, but white can try on for a little bit.
And in a blitz game, I mean, anything could happen.
Yeah,
But
I've seen many times that these endgames 2 against 1 are being lost. Because there's still some tricks in rook games. They're always tricky. I mean, no doubt. No doubt.
So we have a question on Twitter asking if it's a smart move of Yifan to not play in Sochi. What do you think?
Well, we talked about it a little bit, and you mentioned the fact that, what was it? If she was to play in Sochi, well, there were several reasons, right? But if she was to play in Sochi and win the event, she would play against Koneru.
Right.
Hampi Koneru, right? So who is, as far as I know, the second strongest after Yifan, who's still active.
Right.
So exactly. So she would have a tough match against Koneru. However, now that she's not playing the tournament, she will play a match against whoever wins the competition. So that might be, is Koneru playing as well?
I didn't see her name down, and actually, I mean, but also the way it works with this sort of like knockout tournament, it could be someone significantly weaker than Koneru. But okay, we could speculate on whether the decision is wise, but actually, it wasn't. She didn't really have a choice. And actually, the organisers of this festival planned very far in advance that Yifan was going to be the guest star for this event.
Right.
And the contracts were already made. And
Right, that was another big reason.
She's honouring her contract by being here, and it was already organised. So she doesn't really have a choice. And we could speculate all the decisions about whether whether it would be the right decision. But she already agreed to play in this festival long before.
Yeah,
and this World Championships actually should have happened last October.
Oh.
It was the 2014 World Championship match actually that should have happened in October, but FIDE changed it all, and the dates were reorganized, and so that's why she was already due to be playing in that one. So
Right.
So that's unfortunate that she wasn't able to play here. But
All right, we got a result. The Sam Shankland was able to hold a draw, so Yifan Shankland draw, and we have one more blitz game, and then afterwards Yifan will come in for a little talk.
So what's the score situation? Should we just sum up if we know the results? So they
From both?
They paired
events?
together in one.
Yes.
So Sam has won both white games and drawn both black games. Is that correct?
3 black games.
Oh, so 3 black games.
So that's 3.5 out of 5.
And then Gareev must be in second place now. So he's won 3, I believe. He's won 2 rapids, once against Yifan and one against Shinya, is that right? And then the blitz game against Shinya, and then drew to. So they're both on 3.5. By the looks of it, Sam on 3.5 as well?
Let's make it easy. You can look up the standings on Chess24. There should be a little standings tab, so you can just check it out there. And we'll think about it. We'll just go on a quick break and be right back when the next game will start. So see you in just a moment.
And then Yifan. Does she play?
Welcome back, everybody, for the last or the third round of the Blitz format, and that's the last round of the Hawaii Grandmaster Challenge today. We have another one on Sunday, a bit more about that later. And we have the games Gareev against Yifan and Shankland against Kojima. What we got here, this is Nimzo Indian, e3, castle, bishop d3, c5, and now d5. Interesting. So this is kind of a Benoni structure now, but not, well, it's Benoni structure, but the main difference is the bishop. Usually in a Benoni, bishop finds a safe home on g7, but here bishop is out on b4. So now, just one thing I would like to point out. I just said you could see the standings on Chess24. I was not quite correct. So we did some calculations ourselves, and it's Shankland on 3.5 out of 5.
Gareev is also on 3.5, I think.
Right.
Yeah, Gareev is also on 3.5 out of 5. So they're both joint
in the
leaders
lead.
3.5. And I believe that Yifan is on 2.5 out of 5. And then Kojima is on 1 out of 5.
Yeah, that sounds about right. So let's concentrate on the games. It looks like White is having a nice space advantage here, as far as I can tell. A4 is typical to prevent b5 from happening, and
Kojima's only had half a point, I think.
Kojima had half a pawn.
I think he's only drawn against Sam, and actually maybe he's lost all the other games.
Yeah, I think that's right. Kojima's
So 3.5, 3.5, 2.5, and half. That makes sense.
Okay. So let's see what's going on in the other game. Shankland against Kojima. Also here, White is definitely having a nice space advantage. On the other hand, not too much has happened yet.
Oh, this is again another mainline Slav.
Okay.
This is the 695 Slav, the tricky line. But this piece seems to have liquidated quite quickly here.
Right. So now knight c4 might be a little bit unpleasant, so you have to cope with this in one way or the other. Can you even think
Knight
about
e5.
knight c5, knight e5? Knight c5 looks attractive to me. And what I don't like here for black is the bishop on h7. It's really like on h7 not able to get into the game because it's biting on this pawn on e4. And knight c5 was played. And this looks like a quite comfortable endgame for White, having a space advantage and nice center. Very comfortable position for Sam, who's in the shared lead.
So let's have a look at his competitor, because Gareev is the one that's also on this 3.5, so they are competing for the first place after the first day.
Right.
So let's see how it's going.
Yifan was able to get b5 in. That's good for her, but bishop g5 now, that's looks unpleasant. How are you going to deal with the threat of bishop takes f6? You have to, well, what do? Move the knight?
But where?
Where?
There is nowhere.
There's nowhere. Wow. Bishop g5 suddenly.
But okay, we can maybe bishop takes f6 is not completely the end of the world in this. Although we saw it in the other game.
For me, it would be the end of the world.
We saw it. We saw it in the other
game.
game as well, didn't we? When in her first game, didn't we, about it? So
she's placed knight g4. Maybe she wants to answer h3 with h6 now. But
bishop h4.
Bishop h4 simply. I mean, I can't believe that g5 is any good. Take and play knight f5. And this
Black's king side is destroyed.
Yeah, it doesn't feel right. But what else can you do after h3? I mean, she had some kind of idea, I'm sure. It has to be h6. What else? More or less has to be h6.
I no idea what she's planning here. It feels uncomfortable for her, but
this is a position on the board right now. Yeah, h3 looks very natural. And now,
well, let's take a look at the other game to see what they're doing while we decide.
Okay, f3 of course also possible, also protecting this one, and moves are being played very fast, and in fact
she did go for h6
and
that was her plan.
Yes, it must have been a plan, and Gareev has sacrificed the exchange, putting pressure on f6 is really getting exciting here, and f5 already a necessity because otherwise the knight would just take on f6, so f5, well, what now? h4, my goodness.
Wow, it's fireworks in this game. I think Gareev is in his element here, is going straight for it.
Probably. The idea is after g takes h4 to bring the queen with queen f4, queen h6, and then checkmate. So black cannot take on g5 by any means. What else can black do? Maybe go f4? Is that a move? I think f4 is possible, and if white now takes on g5, black
Maybe
can just
G3.
take back.
I was thinking instead of taking
g3, yes,
keep
f4 was
keep
played.
with the idea, g3.
Yeah, because for now the black queen cannot really join the force or cannot really help protecting. Maybe g3. Also, I mean, there's the idea to take on c3 and take on e4 at some point, and I'm not quite sure if everything is correct here, what it's doing. It's certainly very interesting and very dangerous, even more so in a blitz game. Let's have a quick look at what's going on in the other game. Very comfortable position. Indeed, knight c5 was played, and
Big
black
square on
took.
d6.
Oh yeah, this
looks like it's going to be a slow, painful, like,
yes,
ending
up on
for
the
black.
clock by 2 minutes.
As a pawn drops now as well.
Yes, this is going to be apparently an easy win for Sam Shankland. So let's go back to the other game, because this seems to be pretty clear. So f4, Gareev's having a think here because f4 is a good move.
How does black actually break through? I mean, white break through in this position. Obviously, he sacrificed material in order to get this attack, but like we're saying, it's not clear that
he took on b5.
Wow. So bishop
I wouldn't
takes
care about
C3
this pawn.
and
Bishop takes c3, runs into bishop
Takes
d7,
D7.
but then bishop d4 check is just winning.
right.
What's going on? Bishop takes c3 played.
I mean, this is crazy. What is going on here?
I think he just blundered.
He can't have just blundered a piece like that, surely. He just takes back. And
Yeah, I mean, it is ridiculous. He's down a rook.
no.
Yes.
Bishop b5, queen. This
he's
is
just
a
down a
bluff.
rook.
This must be just a bluff. This is incredible. He can't have just blundered.
Wow, he took a long fig and he just blundered a piece.
They always say long think, wrong think.
Yeah, that's actually often true. And I think there's this rule: if you think for longer than 15 minutes or 20 minutes
Yeah,
in a
20
game,
minutes,
then usually there's
blunder.
a high chance you
This
make
is
a
just
bad
a whole
move.
rook. This is This is incredible. What could have been an amazingly exciting game. I mean, what was behind that? He thought for a while.
I'm not sure about h4. Maybe he could just take and then follow up maybe with h4.
Okay, but again, bishop c3 and
okay, but at
e4.
least I could bring my rook into attack in some way or the other. Yeah, we don't have to really look at this game too much anymore. This is over.
But look at the analysis with possibilities of what could have happened here.
Yeah, I mean, I think that black was in trouble.
After hg5, and then doesn't have to do a sacrifice here.
Well, here, okay, if he doesn't do a sacrifice, black is fine. But, okay, so f5, now take with the e pawn or with the g pawn, one way or the other. Could also take with the e pawn. Both seem reasonable, but let's just have a quick look at this again. So you take on e4, and well, another thing is you could also just close everything down with f6. It's very solid, but still, I mean, yeah, I'm not sure if this whole sacrifice was completely justified.
Yeah, that's what I mean. If we go back to hg5 is interesting, but the position.
And here, I think maybe g3 is the best try. I like g3 actually.
I mean, it's in theme with what he's been trying, right? So it's
but
makes a lot of sense.
Even if black takes and takes on e4.
Okay, but now maybe he's got at least some play in the position, and
yeah, of course. I mean, it's certainly much better than just to be down a whole rook. Let's have a quick look what the game looks like right now. Still trying to create some chances with, but it's
a rook,
hopeless.
Unfortunately,
it is still a rook.
And
E5.
I'm not sure why he's still playing on. I guess it's blitz and he thinks anything can happen. But
you know, just trying on a little bit longer. But you're not going to win this against a woman world champion, and we gotta be clear here.
She's gonna swap off pieces. Look, she's playing queen f5, and as soon as those queens come off and there's no more danger, I think she's going to be very happy. He is looking for some sort of perpetual check hope after king g1, queen e1 check, but okay, queen f1 is, and queen e3 and king h1. I think that's the end of the checks there. And I think that there's nothing more to hope after that.
Okay, I mean, you can always try, and you know, but okay, so can black just take on e5? Is that possible? Okay,
no,
now
he's resigned. He's realized
he resigned. So, and this game is also over as we expected. Just an easy win for Sam, who out of the opening got a better position. And then I think you have to knight c5. If black has to take on c5, this is just awful. Giving up this bishop, and then you're just so weak on the dark squares. And black is also not having any counterplay.
No, not at all. That bishop on h7 is very miserable, and it's
So
almost
miserable.
out the game and like a big pawn there. So after day one, Sam's basically had a perfect day. Won all his white games, drawn all his black games. As he said, he couldn't be happier.
Impressive,
and
yeah.
is the sole leader on 4.5 out of 6. And that leaves Yifan and Gareev a joint second of 3.5 out of 6. And unfortunately, the challenger, it's just proving that those three are 2600
Yeah,
and
they're very strong.
top 100 in the world for a reason. They're all in it. They're all in contention for the first prize, and then unfortunately, Shinya is actually left on 1/2 out of 6.
I mean, he certainly had some chances, but
definitely
he didn't play consistently enough, or at the critical moments he made mistakes. And also,
bit passive perhaps as well.
Yeah, we saw his blunder against Gareev,
right.
And yeah, so you cannot allow opportunities like that against these top grandmasters, that's for sure. So I think in a moment we'll have Yifan join us. There she is. She's already coming
now,
in.
So we're gonna get the opportunity to be joined.
Hello. How are you? Thank you for joining us. Just take a seat right there.
Yeah.
Gotta make sure you're in the picture. There you are.
Yes.
Welcome. And how was your day today?
Well, it starts very disappointed because I just simply blundered in both lost the games.
Right.
Yeah, very easy mistakes. And
Against
hopefully-
Sam.
Yes, I just simply missed he could take on F3 first and
Right.
then D5. Yes.
Yeah.
And
Right.
also the rapid game with Timur also later on let his A pass pawn to become a queen,
Yeah, it seemed you were doing very fine against Timur.
Yeah,
at a
yeah,
good
yeah.
position.
And
Maybe a bit too optimistic and
yeah, we were wondering because you had the opportunity to swap into a rook ending, maybe if you liquidate on e4, but we looked like
Yeah,
you
I think-
wanted to go for the win, and
yeah, I think for most of the times I can take on e4 and it should be a draw or rook ending. But okay, I'm just trying to keep playing. But later on, instead of rook d1, finally maybe I can still take on e4 and it's a draw. Seems
Right,
like.
yeah, we were thinking that. So just right now you had an exciting blitz game against Timur.
Yeah.
So what happened there? So let's go through it a little bit and let us.
what was
idea.
going through your head when he was playing these moves?
So
Okay,
here bishop g5, we thought you were in a little bit of trouble.
Yes, of course. I think
Yes.
instead of f3, Timur can simply play h3. The
Yeah, h3,
difference
that's what
is
we were suggesting. So you also want to play h6
but
and
then bishop h4.
just bishop h4.
Yeah.
Now do you have to play g5
yeah,
or
but then bishop take g5
just
Yeah.
bishop takes g5 and
and h
your
take
king is
g4.
wide open and white is up a pawn, so you just... Can you
Maybe I
take
can-
on c3 now
Yeah,
instead?
and take on e4, but
It still feels not good, right? But maybe you're,
maybe I can keep playing. Yeah.
you're still in the game. Or also, after g5, maybe white can also take on...
and then.
But then
knight
also
f5.
the knight f5,
But-
you have to take this off, I guess, right? Or
Or knight e4 is possible.
knight takes e4, just keep the pawn on h6.
Yeah, looks very dangerous.
Yeah, it also looks pretty dangerous. So in the game, Timur probably saw this chance to sacrifice the exchange.
I thought he calculated until someone like queen f1, but I'm not sure after f5 who's.
Yeah,
there
it
must
seems
be
after
some
5.
compensation, but maybe he miscalculated this one and trying to play very aggressive like h4 and.
Well, it surprised us h4, we didn't expect it, but we thought after f4 at least follow up with something like g3 maybe,
Yeah,
which is what I wanted
after
to play.
f4, he just
He
blundered,
blundered
the
a
piece.
piece.
Yes.
I mean, we saw that straight away, we were surprised, we didn't understand why he played it, but
So after f5, maybe take on f5 on one way or the other, but it seems you're doing alright. I mean,
Yeah.
in the worst case, you can always play f6 even.
Yeah, and also something like c4, bishop c5, bishop d4 is.
Yes, bring the
Yeah,
rook
possible.
into the defense, and it seems you're just better here. I mean, of course, in the blitz game, white has practical chances,
Yeah.
but in general, it seems like the exchange sacrifice was a little bit over optimistic, and then in the game, well, you just up a whole rook and he played on a
Yeah.
little bit, and that was it.
so instead of rook takes f6, what do we suggest as his better options there? Was rook
Well,
f6?
here, I mean, if white went for this with the idea
Yeah.
to do this, because otherwise,
Looks like
Black is
it's
good.
his original plan to take on f6 and then thread on f6.
right. All right, so you are on 3.5 out of 6, if we calculated
Oh.
correctly.
So we've calculated Sam is on 4.5 out of 6, and then yourself and Timur are both on 3.5, with all to play for on Sunday, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, there's still 6 more rounds to go, so the event is far from over. So,
And do you have a rest day tomorrow?
Yeah.
What do you plan to do with your rest day?
Just rest and enjoy the beautiful place. That's it.
What have you done so far that you've really enjoyed about Hawaii?
Yes, it's not only like a tourism place, but with the fresh air, natural environments. It's also very fresh to live here and to enjoy the natural, like sunshine and clouds.
You did some hiking as well, didn't you?
Yeah.
You enjoyed
One
that?
of the morning.
Yeah, one of the mornings, and also you watched the whales and everything, so which was
Seems like not bad. Not only the games, right?
yeah. So exactly, it must be quite difficult to concentrate on the games when you've got such a beautiful environment around with you.
Right, and as we said before, there was a little prize, the informant, chess informant Hawaiian version, and Yifan is going to sign it right now for the best tweet we got, and we'll announce that later. Is that correct? We'll announce the best
So
tweet.
please do keep your comments and questions coming in. If you have any questions for the Women's World Champion, we'd love to hear from you. And also Sam, who is our leader of this tournament so far. And you can actually see, here is the Hawaiian special informant for this trip. It's 1, 2, 3.
Yes. A screenshot? Okay.
Okay. So this is the copy, and we've already had a signature. Oh, amazing Chinese signature. It's pretty unique, I have to say. And then Sam will also sign this book later as well. And yeah, we've been honoured to have you here.
Is that your first time in Hawaii?
Yes,
or?
even in the United States.
Oh, in the
Even
United
for
States.
Also my first time.
Wow. So your general overall impression, how is it different to China? How?
Yeah, it's very good. You know, when my friends knew that my first place to visit among the states is Hawaii, they all say to me that you are very lucky.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and although I thought Hawaii is as far as I heard, it's a bit different to the United States, the other states.
Right.
Because I thought here it's more diverse and you have the people from all over the world, from different regions, and just like it proves about the globalization very good.
Yeah, that's right. So was there anything that you particularly liked about the US or about Hawaii?
I think the natural things. Yeah, I really like, you know, because normally I'm not such a person really like hiking or, you know, have fun outside to enjoy the natural things. But here, really, I'm a big fan of the natural things.
Going hiking and enjoying the beach too. Have you gone swimming and?
Yeah.
Okay.
Did you get a chance to go snorkeling with the turtles?
With the turtles?
Not yet.
Well, that's something maybe you can do on your rest day.
Probably, or maybe even next time.
Yeah, next time. So you will be coming back to Hawaii.
Wow. Yeah, hopefully there's a chance ever.
Everybody says hopefully.
Seriously consider.
We know that the organisers would love to have you back here, obviously. So,
Me too.
And it's been a great event so far, and hopefully I know that you've been slightly disappointed with how you've played with the chess, but you've got a day rest and then you'll come back fighting on Sunday.
Yeah.
Seems like my blitz is somehow better than rabbit, so I hope I can keep such a shape to getting better.
Yep.
Still half of the tournament left.
Right.
Exactly. So only halfway through, and anything can happen in the last few games. Maybe you can take Sam out and buy him several drinks on Saturday night, and maybe knock him off form a little bit.
Wow, but we're not playing in the morning; we're playing in the afternoon.
That's
okay,
right.
Maybe take him drinks on Sunday morning too.
All right. Thank you so much for coming in.
Thank you ever so much. It was a pleasure having you on the show, and
Yes.
I think Sam maybe wants to say a few words.
Okay.
He's had a great day, so we'll hear from him as well. But
Okay,
thank
thank
you
you
very
so
much,
much.
and
Bye.
see
We'll
you
see you
on
on
Sunday.
Sunday.
Yeah. See you later.
Sam, please have a seat.
Welcome back. So we were saying
Oops.
that you have completed your perfect performance that you wanted. Wins with all the whites and draws with all the blacks.
Yeah, but it was tough. I mean, with Timur I was completely winning, and with Yifan I was a little better, I thought. And in both cases, I ended up barely holding some horrible endgame, and I mean, Timur just gave me all his pieces, and I took them and was winning, and then somehow I lost control with 2 seconds on my clock, and.
So actually, we missed that game because of them from technical glitch. Unfortunately, we would
Yeah,
love to have seen that. So we
Unfortunately,
heard it was
I
an
didn't
absolute crazy game. So perhaps we can get
Well,
that up at some point and go through it because.
Well, I was just a piece ahead, and then I gave it back. So I just take all of his pawns and just have like 6 pawns up or something. But he didn't take an exchange, so I was just an exchange and some pawns ahead. But then I missed one move, and then suddenly like. He took all my pawns one by one, and I should have just been lost. And finally, I had some very interesting opposite bishop ending that my feeling should be somehow lost, but I with just back and forth moving right away, it's hard to prove, and I managed to hold. But,
right, you played over 90 moves. That's crazy.
The last 20 were bishop c8 to d7.
Okay. All right, and the last game we still have up here is against Shinya Kojima, but that seemed to be a pretty clean win for you.
Yeah, I mean, I thought I just got the center pretty easily, and then from there, after queen b3, he could have tried c5, and I'm not sure what's going on.
Do you think he played it wrong in the opening? I mean, you seem to be just completely comfortable throughout the whole game.
I don't know. I mean, it's the way this line is supposed to be played. Now, after c5, I have some options, but of course, critical is if I take twice and then take on b7. And he gets his...
so you take everything?
Yeah, take everything and take b7. And he has no direct good moves, but I somehow...
Right, but he can play a little bit on the dark squares.
Yeah, my pieces don't make so much sense. If you queen d2, for example, it's not wildly easy to untangle. I mean, I have pawn up. I don't have to do this, but it's
right. Seems like there might be another option here as well.
Yeah, I can, for example, take, and then after knight c5, I can go knight takes c5, and after bishop c5, knight b5, and he's still playing with the poor bishop on h7. And
yeah, this is always a major problem for black, this bishop.
I believe white's a bit better.
Yeah, definitely comfortable.
But after he doesn't play c5, I think I just have a big center for no compensation whatsoever, and he immediately felt he had to give up the bishop pair. I think he should have played rook b8.
Yeah, that's what we thought too. If black takes on c5, it's just...
Okay, and the point here is if bishop f4, he has rook d8, bishop c7, rook d4, bishop b6, rook b4 is very nice.
Wow.
And then bishop a7, and he has rook a8. This is what I was calculating. And so bishop a7 is forced.
Okay.
And then he has rook a8, and I can go knight d3, but and maybe white is still better here after something like rook a7. And then knight b4, a b4, knight d1, but I wanted no piece of this. It looked far more complicated than it had to be.
Yes, so after rook b8, you definitely also have some other options.
Yeah, just b3, rook d1, just whatever I want.
Of course, you just have a nice
position. But the direct way does not work, is the point.
But then in the game, it's just very uncomfortable for black to play.
I mean, his bishop at h7, did that actually ever come back into the game?
I would go ahead and call this lost.
Okay.
He's basically a piece down with the bishop at h7 as well.
I mean, so. Higher level.
And the a5 pawn is just always loose in every variation.
And I think you just picked that up, didn't you, and just slowly...
Yeah, it wasn't that slow even. I think this was quite nice, but yeah, so far so good, but there's still obviously a lot of chess to be played. I have a 1 point lead, but with one loss to either Yifan or Timur, it all goes away immediately.
How confident are you feeling though with the, obviously you've played well today, you've had some good games and...
I'm feeling good, I'm feeling like I'm in good form. Especially the rapid games, I thought I was playing quite well, but...
And what's ahead of you for tomorrow, for your rest day? What do you plan to do?
I will not be resting. I'll be enjoying the beach, doing some hiking and stuff, but I'll make sure to be...
This is resting.
I'll be in bed at a reasonable hour, and no matter how much you try to get Yifan to buy me drinks, I will not be drinking them. So...
Well, I couldn't imagine that scenario anyway, really.
No, I will not be...
I think it would be more Timur that'd be offering you the drinks than Yifan.
But I will not be accepting his drinks either. And in general, I would advise against drinking anything Timur hands to you.
Okay.
Yeah, so still a lot of chess to be played, and I guess you guys are going to be playing soon now. So.
Yeah, actually not today.
I think, today, this afternoon, this evening, we have both decided to take a bye in the next round, so...
Because I was hoping that if you guys are playing tonight, I can comment and heckle you guys.
But we are playing in round 3 tonight, so we'll be starting at 6 p.m. here.
Oh, there's 2 games today.
Yeah, there's 2 games today, so we are playing this evening, so you can come along and heckle us if you want to.
Who will be commenting on your games?
No, nobody.
We might actually be playing each other.
Okay.
Who knows?
Interesting.
Who knows?
So,
well, thanks, guys.
All right,
no problem,
thanks for joining us.
Thank you for joining us. And
all right, we will conclude. Thank you, everybody, for watching. So,
great day ahead. That was a great day of chess today. So, lots of exciting results, decisive results.
So this was day 1. So we have day 2, just to be clear, and now we have to figure out the times again. Okay, so on Sunday, March 22nd, so 2 days from today, or well, if you're in Europe, it's that's
Sunday, March 22nd.
Exactly, starting at 3 p.m. Hawaiian time, which is unfortunately in the middle of the night in Europe. It is 3 p.m. plus 11 hours. That's 2 a.m. 2 a.m. Monday, I guess. a.m. Monday in Europe and Central European time. And it is 9 p.m. starting at 9 p.m. for the people on the East Coast, so Eastern Daylight Time. Okay, thank you so much for watching. That was a lot of fun. We had some technical glitches here and there. Please excuse us for that. But I hope you enjoyed the show, and hopefully we will see you again on Sunday.
Thanks for tuning in.
Bye, everybody.